They're having a disco.
That is a disgrace.
Vegan sausage roll.
That is a disgrace.
I'm actually very right-wing, and I loved it.
Good evening, chat. Hello, how are you doing? Are you doing all right? It's now... Sorry for starting so late. I do apologise for starting so late. I was not just at a I was hosting a barbecue all day today, and people have only just left. So it's been a late one. So that is why I am only starting at 10 p.m. Whereas on Sunday, I should usually on a Sunday be starting at like 5 or 6, because that's usually the time people are online. But unfortunately, I had a prior engagement. It's my brother's birthday on this week, so we held a barbecue, and it was really nice. I've had lots of meat. It's been good. Lots and lots of meat. So people have left a load of food. Like they've left burgers, they've left sausages, they've left loads of bread products. So it mostly was meat and bread products. It's mostly the entirety of the food that we have. Like bits. We had like the Chinese chicken thighs as well that seemed to go down pretty well. Meat and bread classic barbecue. Yeah, I mean, people brought lots of soft drinks. It was nice. People actually bothered bringing soft drinks with us. As somebody who doesn't drink, it was nice that there were options for myself, and then I ended up having the Dr. Pepper I got at my Popeyes meal the other day anyway. Richard Holden have an absolute car crash and interview with Sky today. As always, he always does. Apparently there are a bunch of car crash moments we need to cover today. Kev's going to be on in a second as well, so we'll have some Kev too. But we had like there was a bunch of car crash things. There was the Richard Holden bit. Mel Strides, right?
Fucking
Mel
Neil
Stride
Liberal
this
on.
morning was asked by a journalist, will Rishi Sunak lead you into an election? This was asked after the election had been called by Rishi Sunak. On top of that, there's a bit with Keir Starmer laughing at somebody, saying that it's hard for her to keep warm, and so she has to live underneath blankets or whatever it was, which didn't look great. And apparently Carla Denyer had a bad moment talking about crime policy on LBC. I mean, to be fair, a lot of the briefcases have I've got it in for the Green Party at the moment. it appears the Labour briefcase wing have really been they've really been super triggered by the existence of the Green Party. Now, before Kev comes on, we'll just go over the kind of things that they've been saying here. So let me find them on my timeline, because my God, it's the briefcasing is real, super briefcasey. They're Labour friends of briefcases. Carla Dinner hasn't been too bad on debates, you know. I thought her public speaking would have been worse, but she's not a classic slick because she's not a classic slick politician. I agree. I think you're absolutely right, so she was better than I expected. The fact that her being a little less kind of polished as a politician made her seem a little bit more kind of relatable. I mean, I think having somebody who doesn't seem like the regular kind of politician isn't necessarily a bad thing. Even if she's a little bit, she's not like a rhetorician at the very least. Well, of course, suddenly a bunch of leftoids have started hyping up the Green Party, and so it's high time, it's a ripe time for the briefcases to start to get mad. It's the ideal point at which the briefcases would lose their shit and start pointing out how, oh, well, they're challenging the Labour. Well, they must be Trotskyists, they must be student politicians, they must be completely people are promising the world because they know they'll never deliver it. Like, literally, Supatansky was saying this, of course, because, of course, Supatansky, after being a supporter of Jeremy Corbyn, after all of those years, who voted for Jeremy Corbyn as leader twice, who said that the 2017 manifesto was banging, in her own words, here she is, saying, one of the most frustrating things about the debates is how easy it is for the Greens or any fringe party to sell unicorns. They say things Labour can't because they're never going to attain power. They don't have to realistically cost anything and have zero media scrutiny. I mean, there is at least a non-zero amount of media scrutiny. Not as much media scrutiny as you get elsewhere, to be fair. But even so, the idea that tax the rich and fund the NHS is somehow a unicorn policy, that's absolutely crazy. Like, when it comes to the other policies, like, for example, universal basic income, they literally are not promising doing it in their manifesto. They have said they won't be doing so. It's a long-term policy, a goal for the Greens, and has been a long-term policy on the Green policy prospectus for a very, very long time. But the only real things they're promising is green investment, which comes from fiscal expansion, and investment into things like councils and into NHS and social care, which is coming from their wealth taxes, capital gains taxes. Like, these aren't, again, plenty of countries in Europe have wealth taxes, and the sky hasn't fallen in. It hasn't just collapsed the economy. It's not led to the complete exodus of capital from the country. All of these people who come saying, I literally had in my comment section saying, well, if you try and tax the rich, they'll leave, you'll have capital flight. And yet all these other countries who do have wealth taxes haven't seen this level of capital flight. Exactly, council housing and public clean water are not unicorns, they exist everywhere else. It was in the 2019 Labour manifesto that Supatansky voted for, and in the 2017 manifesto that she said was banging. These are not unicorn policies. The Green Party is currently wanting to go less far than Labour did in 2017. The manifesto she says that she supported at the time. But now she's claiming that a party that's slightly more fringe is proposing these things. Suddenly it's selling unicorns. Suddenly it's promising the world. Suddenly it's something completely unreasonable. Just because it's a party, that's a fringe party, they get denigrated for having policies that other people don't want to do anyway, because other briefcase parties want to look quote unquote sensible, even though, what is possible in politics is what we can do, in the words of John Maynard Keynes, right? If we can actually do it, then we can afford it, which is of course the truth. But as soon as a non-mainstream party says it, they think that it's nonsense. They think that it's promising the world. And of course, she doesn't want people eating into the Labour Party vote. And of course, the people who will refuse to vote Labour, the people who are refusing to vote Labour because all their garbage policies like increased insourcing of private healthcare into the NHS, on top of that, the U-turns on things like trans rights, the 2-child benefit cap, and she will defend these things because it's the red team doing them. Even if Conservative Party promised these things, she'll be over the moon. She'll be absolutely livid with the Conservative Party. We have to get these guys out. Labour, oh well, it's fine. They're my party of choice, and because the people who she personally believes to be cranks, the kind of the sector of the electorate that again have been derided by the briefcase types, who they have this little box, right? There's a box they call the Trotskyism box, right? They will slam the Trotskyism alarm as soon as they hear anything like outside of this tiny little centre right Overton window. And rather than engaging with those policies in good faith, rather than engaging in this rhetoric in good faith, rather than actually trying to have a reasonable discussion over what's possible, what might be too difficult, what's impossible to get through the electorate because of being attacked by the press, but little scrutiny regardless, they just deride it as being nonsensical, as being a moon on a stick, as Jess Phillips would call it. They will deride it regardless of its utility, whether it's however possible it is, because they see it as being outside the realm of reasonable discourse. It's Overton window discourse. And on top of that, this person's a fucking Labour shill. These people are Labour shills, and their boundary for what acceptable discourse is what the Labour Party is currently doing now. Because they have allowed some of the people at the top of the Labour Party from the Labour right who are genuinely kind of revolting, disgusting individuals. If you watch Curtis's interview with Owen Jones today, he does a really good job of breaking down just how rancid the right-wing people at the top of the Labour Party currently are. And because they've been allowed to set the discourse, anything outside of that is crankery, anything outside of that is promising the world. Even though normal social democratic things that, as has been pointed out in chat, Nordic countries do and have done for ages, seem like a crank policy, which I had Dan Needle on today going, oh, well, there was this loony policy in the 2019 Labour manifesto where they wanted to put 10% of share ownership into the hands of working people. I'm like, yeah, they're socialists. Socialists were doing socialist policy. Someone said that the policy was
right-wing, and I love.
Someone in the reply said the policy is positively Venezuelan. And I'm like, come on, mate. Again, like something slightly fairer for our economy, something that slightly rebalances the scales in favour of people who have been completely ignored by the electorate in general, right? Again, the kind of framing that you'd get by calling things broadband communism. And then they pretend that it's more radical than it is, just to ensure that nobody discusses it, because people don't want to discuss things that they think makes them look like an idiot. And because Supertansky spent all of her time hanging around all of these briefcase wankers, because I don't think she is a briefcase wanker. I think she's just somebody who has adopted the rhetoric of briefcase wankers because of the kind of people that she hangs around with. And that she, again, thought-terminating cliches is what she has imbibed as being acceptable, and she's allowed herself to be cowed. She's allowed herself to be cowed by people who, if she suggested the same things, they would be belligerent in knocking that out of her political views. They would knock it out of her. You can't believe that that's not serious politics. Who defines what serious is? Oh, right, liberals. Yeah, liberals define what serious politics is. So again, and if nothing that outside of the liberal, mainstream, centre-right, Overton window discourse is ever allowed at all. That's it. Thank you, Kevin. Appreciate it. Yeah, I was checking for a second, then I went into a rant. I went into a rant 1 second. Let me find that out. Like, literally, somebody here, when Carla Denyer said, oh, well, Keir Starmer's changed the Labour Party into the Conservative Party, Q laughs in the audience. The people in the audience laughed at it. Yet these people, it was infantile, sixth form politics. Fucking true, mate. They've adopted the ideology of market liberalism, and they have not undermined any of the principles of things like wealth creation, any of those canards, the discussion around Protestant work ethic and what is justifiable in terms of policy. They've allowed themselves to be cowed by conservatism. They call themselves conservative. Both David Lammy and Keir Starmer have called themselves specifically conservatives. And there's a real point that's been making, but again, it's outside the realm of particular discourse. It denigrates the party that they support, so they have to dismiss it as being not worth discussing. There's a reason why, if I contact people to debate on this channel, right-wingers, they love it. They love debating. Right-wingers are very happy to discuss the ins and outs of philosophy and politics. They love listening and trying to hear what you want to say and wanting to debunk it, to put forward what they believe to be their point of view in this quote-unquote marketplace of ideas. Liberals, however, they do not want to even discuss it with you. They don't want to talk to you. They can't bring themselves to debate because they believe that their free market liberalism that they believe in is somehow the Fukuyamaist end of history. It's the end of history. Anything outside of this is unacceptable. You are an ideologue. I am the one who's being pragmatic and rational. You believe something outside of what I believe to be the pragmatic and rational thing. And they say, well, you're a crank, you're an anti-Semite, you're a trot, you can't be listened to. I won't debate you. Your views aren't serious. But then only they are defining what serious even means. Literally. promising the world knowing you can't deliver it. We absolutely could deliver it. A tax on the rich to pay for the NHS is a really simple policy. But these people will never let you have it. They'll never discuss it in good faith. They don't want to give you a seat at the table because they know that if they did do that, then you would at least you might at least undermine what they believe, rather than perceiving themselves to be the only serious people because they inhabit a centre ground that they themselves have defined. Sorry, now I'm going to go into Kev. Sorry, I was in the middle of a rant there.
Bonjour.
Hello, Kevin. Sorry, I didn't catch your message there. I was in the middle of a very long rant.
I assume so, yes. And I mean, I am, of course, reticent to interrupt such a rant.
Oh, sorry, he's getting mad at briefcase wankers.
Fair enough. I mean, that's not any different than usual, but I appreciate it nonetheless.
Absolutely. So she's getting mad. People, do you remember in the 7-way debate where Carla Denyer said Keir Starmer's changed the Labour Party into the Conservative Party? Got a bit of a titter.
I did, yes, yeah.
Got a bit of a titter in the audience, which was fine. But a bunch of the briefcase wankers from the Labour Party are mad. They're absolutely mad that she said it. Oh, it's sixth form student politics. And I'm just like, it's just true. Like, it's just the case.
It's just actually correct. Yes. That's actually, well, we were talking a little bit about the French situation right now with them calling a snap election. And the same is, I think, true here in the sense that the problem with the rise of the far right in France is that Macron doesn't have, even if he gets somehow a majority in the parliament, he's not going to be able to do anything because he doesn't want to do anything. And the same is true here, that we are a desperately broken country, and Keir Starmer's plan is to do nothing about that. Just to say, oh, national renewal, and then hope it happens, I guess.
Hope the private sector delivers.
Yeah. And I've said this before, if the free market could solve these problems, it already fucking would have. It hasn't. Maybe we need some sort of government intervention, I suspect. But no, that's communism. And
it is literally communism. Again, all these people say, we have to vote Emmanuel Macron to stop Marine Le Pen. And I was like, well, you're not stopping Marine Le Pen. You are delaying Marine Le Pen by the next 4 years because she's not going to lose the next election if the fucking miserable centre ground liberal bellend that everybody hates and hates even more now after the attempted pension reforms doesn't do anything to radically change society, because all of those problems will still be there, except you'll have a president who will not be able to run for another term, replaced by somebody who's even less likable and even less well known, up against the titan of far right politics in Europe, and they're going to fucking lose. And of course, the Liberals will not back a socialist to beat her either. Yeah.
Well, this is the thing, right? You've got to vote for Emmanuel Macron, otherwise you're going to have like a kind of fascist police state beating down on peaceful protesters who want to have their voice heard in the streets of Paris. Oh no, that already happened. Oh fuck. Oh, it turns out fascism's okay as long as it's neoliberal in colour.
Or as long as it doesn't threaten capital, that's the end of the day, right? As long as it doesn't threaten like the pension provision or the mortgage rates of comfortable people in the middle of the income spectrum, or the upper middle of the income spectrum, it doesn't fucking matter to these people how many poor people or minority people get fucked in the process.
True. By the way, do you have the link to the Laura Kay thing? Because I couldn't find it on the BBC's website.
Yes, I found it on YouTube somewhere.
For some reason, look, I know it happened because I've seen clips of it, but it's not on their website. So I wonder what's happened there. I'll tell that. Don't get me wrong, Maria. If delaying it was in order for it to be stopped, that would make sense, right? If you were delaying it by 4 years because you had a government that was actually going to do something about this problem and start to drain the swamp of the rising fascism, that would be dope. But you're just delaying it to make the situation potentially much fucking worse, because that swamp will have grown enormously in 4 years. You're not stopping it. You're not even delaying it. You're just ensuring it's going to be worse when it arrives, because the majority they'll have in Parliament will be bigger. The majority they'll get at the presidential election will be bigger. The Liberals will absolutely not vote for a socialist, as No Justice just said. So you're going to end up with the situation being fucking worse.
Exactly. It was literally exactly what we were saying about Joe Biden. Like, you're going to delay Trump for 4 years. He's coming back this year and he's going to fucking win again.
I'm not entirely sure he will win again, but yeah, because I mean, he literally said during the election, albeit in private, nothing fundamentally will change. Well, then don't expect any fucking different outcome. Don't expect any different outcome then. If the same situation that led to Trump being elected in the first place is fundamentally going to stay in place, then he's probably going to get elected a fucking second time.
Yeah,
it's ridiculous.
We told them not to run Joe Biden. We told them to get somebody else. He said he was going to try and be a one-term president at the start. How long did that fucking promise last? And now here he is, 4 years again, failing in the election. He's going to fucking lose because he can't keep his hands off the genocide button.
Well, hopefully he does get something sorted because he needs that out of the way by November. Otherwise, he might be fucked. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. And it's such a shame. He didn't give a fuck about the Palestinian people, but now that it might hurt his election chances, he's starting to pull his finger out a little bit.
Well, it's just like how, Labour were like full-throated, like Israel supporters, like basically for the entirety of the time. Oh, what? We might lose voters to other parties. Well, I guess we want to call for a ceasefire and pledge for a Palestinian state, as if that was, that, again, there's something they could have done ages ago. But no, they were fucking muttering around, she has a right to defend herself, humanitarian pause, all that bullshit. Like, no, mate, look, you've already fucking lost here. You've lost my vote forever.
Well, did you know? Did you see that Sheldon Adelson, who thankfully is dead? Can we get some lols in chat for that? But his wife, who now controls his fortune, and he was the guy who like bankrolled the GOP for fucking 20 years. His wife has just given a significant chunk of money to Trump, and apparently, because they're massive Zionists, their demand was of Trump, and apparently he seems to have acceded to this, albeit in private, that they want West Bank annexation.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm not surprised. I mean, we all saw the Trump plans for the peace process.
Yeah, basically, Trump's plan is not only is Israel doing a genocide, it isn't doing enough of a genocide. We need to kill all of them. Fucking hell, man!
God, fucking hell! Dude, imagine how much better this whole fucking world would be if Sanders had won in 2016 and Corbyn had won in 2017. How much less fucked both of these countries would have been.
Well, we do like a Simpsons reference, so I'm always called back to Lionel Hutz. Imagine that kind of world, and it goes there. It's all everyone holding hands and rainbows and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ah, what a dream. Although Corbyn would have been torn, of course, because he likes Bernie Sanders' politics, but Bernie Sanders is Jewish and he's Hitler, so.
That's true. Yeah, there's one thing we know about Corbyn: massive anti-Semite. No evidence for this. There's no evidence at all that he's anti-Semite. But the press told me that he was one. Therefore, he must also be one.
Well, he did write Mein Kampf. So, like, I don't know what more evidence you need, really. He's literally Adolf fucking Hitler. Anyway, Laura Kay. Fun times.
Excellent. Big fan. Time for our state
No way
propaganda.
to number 10. The Prime Minister's had a dreadful few days after his D-Day blunder, but the Tories are still trying.
It's not even a D-Day blunder. Did you see that the French government were told that he wasn't even coming at all?
And they had to get railroaded into going, yeah.
That his team had to negotiate with him to go just to the first bit. You should actually resign, mate. You should actually resign. You are a fucking national.
I mean, as what we pointed out before you came on the stream, that like somebody literally asked a cabinet minister, "Is your party leader still going to contest this election after the election had been called?" Like, when do you hear that kind of thing?
Yeah, I mean, they're literally then Tory MPs are now saying they're in survival mode. That doesn't. I
mean, they're closer in wipeout mode, really and truly at this point.
Yeah, no, it's. I think he must be trying to lose. Like, the D-Day thing is the easiest bit of politics in the world. You get to, without spending any money or taking any decisions, you get to look like a statesman. You get to rub shoulders with, fucking Joe Biden and Emmanuel Macron and all these people. You get to look like a big fucking, swing a big dick on the big stage. You get to make a speech about liberty and defeating fascism and Britain's great place in the world and blah blah blah, and everyone's ignores for a couple of days the fact that the economy's a bit shit and all the rest of it because the media are just like jingo jingo jingo.
Well, that's
And
the thing.
he managed to
yeah.
fuck that up. How? How do you fuck that? It's an open goal, you cunt. What are you doing?
I mean, it is funny to me. It is funny to me at this point that basically Rishi Sunak's election plan was just to hope the media were on his side. And basically what they've done is that the media have noticed, after 14 years of everything being shit, suddenly the media have also noticed this, 14 years later than the rest of the country, apparently. And they're digging the boot in on things that they didn't even bother digging the boot in on Boris Johnson for. Like, remember when the BBC used the wrong footage of Boris Johnson laying a wreath so he didn't lay it upside down? Yeah, they're not giving Rishi Sunak the same benefit of the doubt, are they?
No. And you know why that is? Because they can't stand an Asian short king. It's outrageous.
I mean, you joke, but...
I only partly joke.
You partly joke, yeah.
The short bit was the joke. Yeah, no, there's no doubt there's an element of racism to it.
Yeah.
Like Nigel Farage's little dog whistle about he doesn't understand our culture. Basically saying he's brown, he doesn't get it. No, it's because he's a rich cunt that he doesn't get it. It's got nothing to do with him being brown. You know, there were fucking Indians, millions of them that fought with us on the Second World War, and quite a few of your voters, Mr. Farage, who were on the other side.
Yeah.
Trying to torture Labour with their disputed claims about tax. The power of the smaller parties has been centre stage this week. And there's been more antics on the campaign trail, and full-on Farage has been making the Conservatives very nervous. In the latest of our leader interviews, he will join.
Can the BBC stop giving him a fucking a gob job? Like, all week? How many fucking times has he been on the BBC now?
I mean, like,
A guy who's never had an MP elected, has failed to be elected 7 times himself. Like,
I mean, his party is polling third. So at the end of the day, at the very least, right, he should have at least one leader's interview. But what, 2 days after they give him like a massive stage on the debate stage as well, just having like full-on Farage for 3 days?
He was on Question Time, right?
And Question Time, yeah.
He was on Question Time. He was on the 7-way debate. I saw him being on the BBC News 24. We've now had him this leadership interview. Like, is it the Farage Broadcasting Corporation now?
Yeah, I mean, it always has been. Remember in the
Carla
run-up to the
Denyer.
2016
The Greens have an MP. Carla Denyer has been on twice.
Mm.
So that's actually not the end of the world because she has one MP. Okay, she's a minor party and she's been on twice, that's fine. But this dickhead has poached an MP from the Tories, has never had anyone elected in either of the parties he had. And yet he's being given just carte blanche by the fucking national publicly funded broadcaster. It's ridiculous.
Join us from Essex, and Stephen Flynn, the leader of the SNP in Westminster, will join us from Aberdeen. And with us in the studio,
You're ready for your old arse, people.
the programme this morning, Mel Stride, close ally of Rishi Sunak, the Work and Pensions Secretary, and the woman who would be Justice Secretary, Shabana Mahmood, if Labour wins
I've got 2 Tories in the order. Oh, cool. Awesome.
the election. Welcome to you both. Mel, rough old week for you guys.
We've got time. We've got 4 weeks to the general election, Laura, and the only poll that's going to matter is what happens on July the 4th.
Thought you might say.
The only dickhead who says that is the side that's losing.
Pretty much, yeah.
When they said the only poll that matters is on election day, that's because the polls you currently see are fucking dreadful.
I mean, like, the thing is, one of the things people keep asking is, why on earth did Rishi Sunak call the election now? They're so far behind, he's going to get destroyed. And I'm just like, it was getting worse. The polls are continually getting worse for the Conservatives. Unlike usually, during an election period, the polls are supposed to close, right? There's supposed to be electoral tightening as you come up to the election day, and then people are more likely to vote one way. The longer this election is going, the worse it's getting for the Tories. Not just because of all the gaffes, but just in general, people just, the more they see these people and they scrutinise the last 14 years and they're broadcast on TV as being part of the regular programming because it's election season, everyone wants to cover it, the more people see of these wankers, the more they hate them, the more they want them gone forever. And all it's doing is allowing Labour to get more votes, Reform to get more votes, and the likelihood of the Conservatives existing as a political party after this election is dwindling every single day. And this would have happened whether the election was called or not too, because the things that were making the electorate angry, they're not being election, made people hate the Conservatives more. More people are going to be able to go on higher mortgage rates as their fixes go off. that is going to do it worse for them. The boats were going to get worse during the summer. Like, everything that could possibly go bad for the Tories, apart from maybe inflation, was getting worse as time went on. They should have called the election a year and a half ago. It would have been better for them to do that then.
Yeah. Well, firstly, you assume that they put party before anything else, and they don't. They put themselves before the party, and then the party before the country. That's the order condescendi on that one. And secondly, I think you overcomplicate things. It's not even that he knew it was going to get worse and so called the election. This is the only way he was going to avoid the ignominy of Liz Truss by being elected as leader, in theory, of the Tory party, and then not facing a general election. That was the only way that was going to happen, because literally, even after he called the election, there were still Tory MPs desperately scrabbling around trying to stop it. That's how much he didn't want him to fight an election. Yeah. So he did it. Basically, he did it because otherwise he was going to, he just wasn't going to be able to face an election, and they were going to end up with a sixth leader. Brilliant. Although, to be fair, he did beat the lettuce on this particular occasion.
It's true. I mean, he got beaten by Liz Truss, he got beaten by a lettuce. So, he's all like fourth choice at this point, behind Boris, Liz and the lettuce.
Yeah, he didn't even make the podium next to a vegetable.
Do I think the possibility... Do I think the possibility of Lib Dems being the official opposition is real now? I mean, it was always a real possibility.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
But now I think that Nigel Farage standing for reform, like the D-Day moment, I think it's more likely that the Lib Dems the official opposition than the Conservative Party rally back to it being a small majority.
I don't know about it being the majority. I honestly think it's toss of a coin now that Farage is running. Look, the D-Day thing obviously hurts them enormously, but people do tend to forget, and there's football coming and all the rest of it. So, the country will be a little distracted. But people will always see Nigel Farage because he gets, again, it's the Trump thing. Because they get views, because they're, they say outrageous things and they're fucking wankers, they'll get headlines, they'll get TV coverage and all the rest of it, which is exactly the mistake that they made in 2016 in America, which they're making now with Farage. Only he can't become prime minister, so it's not a problem in that respect. But because that's happening, the right-wing vote that the Tories are trying to win, because they're not even pretending to win centrist votes at this point. They're just looking to not get wiped out by Farage. They look at Farage and think, well, he's not the Tories. We fucking hate the Tories. Why would we vote for these pricks? And again, because he's going on immigration, and even though the Tories rhetorically have been very anti-immigration, if you look at the numbers, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not going to do the Sir Keith thing and say he's the most liberal about the thing, because that's wanker talk. You're an idiot, Keith. Shut the fuck up. But they are, in terms of raw numbers, they've allowed in far more people than has ever been allowed in. It's ridiculous.
So on top of that,
if he's going to keep banging that drum and keep saying the Tories don't give a fuck about immigration, look at the numbers, that kills them. That absolutely fucking destroys them.
Oh, it really does. Yeah, you're absolutely right. And the thing as well is that, of course, you say there's been levels of very high net migration. This was a Boris Johnson change to policy that allowed this to happen. One, again, I think you and I both support, but the Conservative Party's base absolutely don't support that, especially when the manifesto promised a reduction in legal immigration. And on top of that, we have the crisis with the irregular migration that's happening as well. And they made it an issue. They could have been a quiet thing that Dover constituencies cared about, but everybody else ignored. They made it the mainstay electoral issue for the party with the Rwanda plan and stop the boats being on all of the podium. And then, did they succeed? No, things have gotten worse from a thing that they made central to their electoral strategy. And Nigel Farage comes along saying, look, they failed on legal immigration and they failed on irregular migration and stopping the boats. You can't trust this party at all. I'm the real Conservative. I'm like, yeah, of course you are. Like, of course, in comparison, on this issue that loads of people care about, the Tories promised to do when they were in government and have manifestly failed on every single axis. Legal, irregular, it doesn't matter which kind of axis you're looking at. They failed for their electorate on everything. Like, it's like no joke. Every single Conservative voter probably should just vote Reform UK. I don't want them to. I think Reform UK is shit. But like, if you're a genuine conservatism supporting Conservative Party member or supporter, like, what the fuck are you doing voting in the blue team again? Like, what are you doing other than just stopping Keir Starmer if you refuse to vote for a party who actually represents your values in earnest, rather than just tactically voting for a party that clearly doesn't give a shit about you and is taking your vote for granted? It's exactly how I feel about people still voting Labour on the promise of something vaguely progressive, because they don't represent it either.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if you genuinely care, and again, I don't think you or I really care that much about immigration or whatever, or are largely pro-immigration. But if you're a person for whom immigration is like a bad thing and you want to see it reduced, or indeed, to kick people out and all that Daily Mail shite, why would you vote for the Tories?
Why? Yeah,
what reason have they given you? Like they even the ridiculous, expensive shit plan of Rwanda, they still couldn't even do that.
Yeah, but like,
they're just in terms of raw numbers, it's fucking awful.
People are saying your streams died, by the way, Kev, so you might want to reload Twitch.
Apparently, I'm now back. Yeah,
okay,
I don't know what's wrong with my internet in the last couple of days.
The things, there are loads of other things that the Tories have done that Conservatives would hate, like all of these tax rises,
high taxes,
all of this increase in like the public debt and all this fiscal expansion. But the problem is, of course, is that they say they hate this. They say they hate public spending. They say they hate high taxes. But Boris Johnson said he was going to do this. He said he was going to do this in 2019. He said he was going to spend all this public money, all these public works programs, all of this state intervention into the economy. And these people hate Sunak and Truss and want Boris back, even though Boris was the one who promised them the policy that they now say that they hate and are voting for Reform UK for. It's almost like these people actually don't really care about the policy. They just like the figureheads, the Farages and the Boris Johnsons of this world. Because as I've said, like, I've been conciliatory towards the Boris Johnson platform. I don't think it was good or perfect, and I would rather have had Corbyn. But if you compare it economically to Truss, Sunak, Cameron and May, like, it's definitely like the best of those five. But real Conservatives who love Boris Johnson, for some reason, They say they hate those policies, yet they voted for it when it was Johnson doing it. They're inexplicable voters, really, really and truly.
Yes, absolutely, yeah. And I don't mind the high taxes necessarily, albeit that they're very unfairly distributed because it's Tory cunts. But I like the idea of high tax. But we're paying through the nose for the worst services in not necessarily living memory, but in recent memory, let's say.
Yeah.
Awful, absolutely atrocious. They've hollowed it out and it hasn't been cheaper, which again is the false economy of austerity.
Say that. Shabana, are you feeling chipper?
Well, I agree. The only poll that matters is the one that takes place on July the 4th. We're in a strong position, but we're still out there fighting for every vote.
OK, well, we'll look forward to speaking to both of you a bit later in the programme. And we'll hear from John Curtis, of course, who will give us his 60 seconds on Sunday, his need to know on the polls.
Now, as many as 1 in 4...
What the fuck? Why do they keep reanimating this corpse? Leave him alone. Leave him alone to the ever after. He doesn't want to keep crossing the River Styx every fucking Sunday. Jesus.
I do love John
2019 Tory voters are saying they will back reform.
And our team at the desk for the next hour this week, Amber Rudd, the former Conservative Home Secretary.
It was a very short intervention from John Curtis.
It was. And John Caldwell, billionaire, I think, and former Conservative donor. A warm welcome to all of you.
They had to cut it off short because he opened his jaw up massively and loads of scarab beetles came out.
That's
a mummy reference. There you go.
The cohort that's most moving to Reform UK are Leave voters. And I'm just like, why are you abandoning the Conservatives? Like, of all of those years of not getting Brexit done after they promised to do so, the one guy who actually got Brexit done was Rishi Sunak. Like, that's your policy, the thing that you care about the most. He was the one who got it done and finished it off with the Winter Framework. Why are you mad at Sunak over... It doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, he's brown. Have you noticed that?
That's also true. He is brown.
The Tories are not fans of those of a darker hue.
Hue. And morning, of course, to you. Let's start with the headlines, as we always do. On the front of the Sunday Times, a front page that might please the Labour Party, they splash on their promise not to raise some key taxes.
Stop calling things a triple lock!
It's just triple lock. Everything's a triple lock. Can we have a triple lock on not doing triple locks anymore, please? For fuck's sake.
Is in the manifesto coming this week. The Observer also has a Labour story going on the party's promise to set up specialist courts for rape cases. But the Daily Telegraph has an interview with the Energy Secretary, Claire Coutinho.
Can I just say, we haven't focused on it too much in recent times because we've got an election going on, but the picture you can see there of 2 of the 4 released Israeli hostages, have you ever seen a more naked example of the way in which certain people are valued as humans and some are not? That we're supposed to celebrate 4 people being released in an operation that killed over 200 Palestinians.
And again, we could have easily avoided having to do the rescue and having to kill all the Palestinians if they'd have just agreed to the ceasefire proposal with the prisoner swap. That was a really easy way of doing it about all of the Palestinians dying. But nope. Netanyahu, he cares more about killing Palestinians than he does about releasing his hostages.
Oh yeah, he doesn't give a fuck about the hostages. Like we know for a fact they've been briefing against the families of the hostages, basically saying they're Hamas, you know? Yeah,
did you see Benny Gantz left the coalition government?
I did, and I mean, he can get in the wood chipper as well in Minecraft. But yeah, hopefully he brings the fucking government down and Netanyahu goes to jail. That would be probably the best outcome for everyone. But we'll see. Yeah, can we get a triple lock on Benjamin Netanyahu's jail, please?
Who says that Labour's plans for net zero would risk blackout.
The triple lock is actually infinite prison time for Netanyahu, Ben-Gvir and Smotrich.
Let's fucking go. Oh.
But Nigel Farage, we'll hear from him shortly, claims to the Express that Reform, his party, are the real opposition now.
You'll be lucky to get 1 MP. Shut up.
Now. And of course, many of the papers carry the worrying story about rescue teams' search for the missing TV presenter, Dr. Michael Mosley, who disappeared while on a Greek island on Wednesday. And of course, there'll be coverage of that across the BBC through the day. But let's, with you 3, welcome, turn to the election. It's been a busy old week. And John, I know you've been watching on for some time. You gave money to the Conservatives and backed Boris Johnson. But I know you've seen Keir Starmer too. He's been trying to get your support. Have you made your mind up?
No, not at all yet. No, I think.
Oh, you're a cunt. You're just a horrible cunt.
Well, what's frustrating about this is they bring on this massive, rich donor businessman, and instead of holding him and saying, "Well, hang on a minute, what's your business practices like? What, how are you going to fit in to ensure that you do the best? You put the needs of the country before the needs of your own." They go, "Oh, you're a massive mega donor who has massive amounts of political influence that's completely undue just because you happen to be a rich fucker. What are you used to donate to the Conservative Party? Is Caesar's thumb going to point a different way?" I'm like, these people shouldn't be being given the mainstream political talk show as incredibly rich people to allow to influence public debate on something they have a vested interest in. Like, you literally, you get to fund who has access to political power in this country far more than I could, far more than a normal person could, and you're not being scrutinised over this massive conflict of interest. We're talking as though rich people controlling politics from the background through donations just it's normal and fine.
Exactly,
no issue with this.
The question should be, you gave money to Boris Johnson. What did you get back for that?
Yeah.
That would be the question to ask. What was your return of interest on that?
What was your ROI for on this? Like, it's... But no scrutiny. No, we've not even been questioning the idea that rich businessmen might have too much power in our politics.
Well, no, what we should do is then give them a public platform to spout their shit as well. Because when will the rich white man get a voice in this society?
Yeah, finally, the rich white man is speaking. As Bilderberg points out in chat, like these self-same journalists will absolutely moan and throw their toys out of the pram over the fact that the trade unions have a voice and have political power within the Labour Party. Except, of course, trade unions represent people who work and do jobs that are relevant to society. Whereas this person doesn't do anything.
the Tories will go, the union barons that run the Labour Party. And yet this dickhead, they're just like, oh, anyway, so you basically bought and own Boris Johnson. That's cool. Anyway, which way is Caesar going to go this time? Whoa! Fuck me.
I think the one thing that's fairly clear, I'm not going to be a Conservative voter. I think what the Conservative Party...
God almighty, they've even lost the billionaire ghoul vote.
I mean, Labour have been courting them very specifically. They love the idea of wealthy businessmen coming to their party, specifically because they don't want to be seen as being the trade union party, because the right-wing kind of rabble of rodents at the top of the party don't like the trade unions and do not want them to be affiliated to the party, don't like being part of a Labour movement because they're just Liberal Democrats in red ties, or Conservatives in red ties in a lot of cases. They don't have any affinity with the Labour movement. They're in the Labour Party because it's one of the main two big parties in the UK, and therefore is their only vehicle to political power outside of the Conservative Party.
Right. And look, did you see that Unite wouldn't sign off on the Labour Party manifesto? They'll probably still give them fucking money, though.
True. Yeah, absolutely.
Which means it's pointless, guys.
They're cucked. They're cucked.
Yeah, grow a backbone or shut the fuck up and just take it like a bitch.
And Rishi did throughout COVID was really, really appalling. There was a huge waste of money. And
so his problem with Rishi Sunak is the one good thing he ever did.
Yep.
Brilliant.
Yep, that's literally how these people think. Like, they'd spend all of the state's money.
We should have just actually continued to burn the lives of poor people. My red line went flat for 2 weeks. It was a fucking disgrace.
And
I don't know why I turned into Bernard Manning there, but you get the idea.
But literally out here saying the bad part about Rishi Sunak is that time that he kept everybody's jobs through the furlough scheme and ensured that people got a cost of living payment if they were on state welfare, and it's like, it's terrible. I can't believe he protected people during a pandemic. What I like now, though, is he wants to cut taxes for people like me.
Yeah.
Policies put into place that were not fair and were ridiculously over-generous in some cases and under-generous in others. So there's a lot...
Yeah, exactly. Over-generous to billionaires, and then everyone else got fucked.
Yeah.
Michelle Moan did very well out of it. I agree. It was very unfair.
Yeah, like
wrong with what he did.
If he actually did properly scrutinise and say, well, the problem is that they were corrupt. They were corrupt in this period. Sure, the furlough scheme was fine. The cost of living payments were necessary. But they were corrupt in handing out the crony COVID contract. No, he doesn't give a shit about the crony COVID contracts. His mate's got the crony COVID contracts. He's mad about the fact that the regular, Tom and Sheila down the road or whatever, ended up getting some furlough money or maybe more than they expected they would get.
Nope. I don't know why that played.
The Conservative Party and Rishi did throughout COVID was really, really appalling. There was a huge waste of money and policies put into place that were not fair and were ridiculously over-generous in some cases and under-generous in others. So there's a lot wrong with what he did. So I was very critical of Rishi right the way through his Chancellor days, and I've seen nothing better since he's been Prime Minister. So I think the Tories have had the day. It's too late for them to recover. So definitely not a Conservative vote unless they change dramatically in their policies, and that would be mainly to do with energy, because we cannot keep destroying the planet. And Rishi going back from 20...
Okay, this guy's a little bit all over the place. Okay. I'm with him on this. That would be cool.
Yeah.
If they did anything good on that. Nice.
2030 to 2035. I saw as another really negative stance.
But you are still an undecided voter, and there are
I'm
plenty
undecided,
of them.
and I am still there to be won, but I just don't see the Tories coming back from this in terms of what I wish to see.
Okay, well, it's interesting. Pollsters often make the point there are still lots of undecided voters, which is why the parties are working so hard. So let's take a look at what happened this week with who.
But realistically, even if you're an undecided voter, you're not deciding between Tories and X. No one wants to vote for these wankers. They're down at lots of the polls don't even have them at 20. They're fucked.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I really do think that a lot of the pollsters are looking at the don't knows and the undecideds, and they're saying, okay, we're just going to even these out between Labour and the Tories. No, I genuinely believe that none of these people are going to go to the Tories at the end of the day. Like, it is not a normal election where absolutely I would bank on loads of these people going back to the Tories in a normal election. Even people like Johnson and Cameron would have got these people flocking back to them. But they just, again, so much media noticing of the Tories has happened. So much media has been covering like all of the failures, 10 years after they've happened, rather than covering them at the time because of the scary jam man was the alternative. Now,
I was just going to say that's the point. Also, what's not going to motivate them? Because I think if you'd had a genuinely leftist leader, like a Jeremy Corbyn type as the leader of the Labour Party, a lot of the Tories would have been scared to think, well, we can't have this. Whereas they don't look at Keir Starmer and think that he's like a threat to them particularly. Like, they don't like him, they don't want him to be Prime Minister, but he's not really like a leftist that's going to hurt their cause or whatever. So they're not. They don't feel like it's like a life or death situation to vote for the Tories. And they feel like they can put their vote with Nigel Farage or just not vote at all.
Well, exactly, 100%. Like, and obviously Keir Starmer really wants these voters. It's why he's managed to they keep banging on about changing the Labour Party. They really want you to know this is not a party of the trade unions anymore. This is explicitly a party of capital. And so you don't have to worry about voting for us anymore if you're somebody from the right. That's exactly how they're trying to spin it, because that's true. That's exactly what they are, literally. Also, thank you for the 100 bits, Cam. Just to add some context, this guy's a high-end property developer. What a surprise! What a surprise! This property developer.
Yeah, well, I literally called him a cunt at the start. Yeah, we know. Yeah. Thank you, Sozzle Snake, with 2 gifted subby subs. Much love. And yes, add 9 Quinine. I'm voting Bernie for PM. Yes, Bernie can still win. Come on.
Right in.
Won the week. Well, he was off, then he was on. Nigel Farage will run as an MP. But
Love it. Although, oh God.
Or is another real.
Oh, what the fuck? What?
Everyone should go follow the lady who milkshaked Nigel Farage. She's an OnlyFans model and a Corbyn supporter. And that makes her incredibly based.
Yeah, I just want to put out to her, like, chill the fuck out, yeah? You're making everyone else look bad. Just
I mean, if she wants to come on stream for an interview, by all means, would love it.
Be slightly less based, because you're making us all look like wankers.
Yeah, doing the work of 10 people.
Yeah.
On the campaign trail for his troubles, Rishi Sunak missed the huge opportunity to appear alongside other leaders of the free world after he went home early from the D-Day commemorations, leaving Lord Cameron there to hobnob with world leaders in his place on Omaha Beach. It also gave Keir Starmer the chance to look like a Prime Minister.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. This is easy politics. You get to stand next to Vladimir Zelensky and look like a statesman and look like you're a political player. And instead he went home to be interviewed by the press. And then because of the bad press he got because of this, the next day he didn't want to talk to the press. You're a fucking clown, Rishi. You're an actual dickhead. You must be trying to lose.
Yeah, literally, it's politics on easy mode. Simple. Yeah. Stand there, look dignified, support the troops.
You couldn't buy this kind of good press. That image, just him there, standing next to Vladimir Zelensky, chatting away the D-Day thing, perfect. It's literally perfect propaganda for free. And Rishi Sunak will now just fly home instead. What? Oh, twat. Absolute twat. And into the bargain, made the country look like a bunch of fucking wankers as well.
Yeah,
sent a fucking unelected pig fucker to stand next to the actual leaders. Jesus.
Waiting alongside President Zelensky. And in the second of this week's debates,
26 separate tax hikes in the last parliament, about 12 new.
Well, this is, I think Carla Denya's best line wasn't even political. It's just when these two were bitching, and then he went, "Oh, Carla Denya, what do you think?" Well, that was terribly civilized, wasn't it? And everyone just laughed. Yeah, just burn. Absolute solid burn.
Taxes
That's
that
rubbish.
Labour are going to bring it. It's
Absolute
not
rubbish.
Student politics.
Oh, while the Tories and Labour were
Right.
arguing, the smaller parties had the opportunity to display their wares. So, Amber, you're not in frontline politics anymore, but I know you'll have been watching closely.
She is.
Yes, I couldn't resist.
Ah,
And
it's
what do you
well,
think?
That's not true. That's true. She is in frontline politics. She's on the board of Centrica, the people who got paid out money by our government. She's the secret frontline of politics, i.e., on the board of directors of a major corporation in the oil and gas sector, which actually has far more power than anybody ever elected to Parliament ever will have.
Yeah, exactly. They are the front line. Yeah,
The literal front line of politics, the people with all the money.
they're like, you know, when they say when governments say we're here to serve, that's who they're there to serve.
Exactly.
Of this week's events.
I thought Angela and Penny both did well. I quite thought that sort of scrapping was honest. They both had their lines to take and their points they wanted to make, and they did it. And it was rather charming. You could see at the end they were like, "Yeah, well, we got through that, didn't we?" So I thought they both did well.
Yeah,
I do
because
think
they're
the
all in a
7-way
game together. Yeah, they're all disingenuous cunts who don't actually oppose one another, and they're all part of a secret little club there. And oh, we got through that, didn't we? Ha ha ha. Anyone up for Pims? Like, fuck off.
debate has its challenges to cut through, and I'm not sure the others did really.
And in terms of the overall picture, Matt, what do you make of what's happened in the last week of this campaign?
I think interesting. I just want to pick up on something John said, that I think there's some underlying.
Hang on, is this a glitch in the Matrix? Because they're the same person. They're literally, one of them's got glasses on. That's the only. This is like fucking Superman. The only difference between Clark Kent and Superman is the fucking glasses.
True, and so when boring Clark Kent, when he takes his glasses off, turns into Union Man.
True. Yeah, they're just billionaire, northern, bald, white losers.
No, this is Matt Rack. This is the General Secretary of the Fire Brigades Union.
Oh, is it? Oh, sorry. Yeah. Okay, my bad. Well, they look the same anyway.
They do look very similar, but that's why I made the joke. Like, there's the Clark Kent.
Oh, right. Sorry, I was wondering. Yeah. Twitch keeps crashing on my laptop. Well, that's a you thing. We've only crashed once so far.
Yeah, why did they get Greg Wallace onto Sunday Politics?
No, Greg Wallace is it's a lovely meal. Yeah, like he's not a northerner.
Cooking doesn't get tougher than this.
Oh, I love the way they try and make it really, really intense. Like they're just cooking like some fish, mate. Come on there.
Features here. I think COVID is a big thing. I've spoken at a few events recently, and I think people's recollection of that time and how people feel failed by government and institutions is playing out in people's reflections.
Oh, you met Carla Denyer today, Arizal or Dave in North London. How was she? What event were you at? Where you apparently she's very small. Well, she does look small, to be fair.
She's look quite small. I met a bunch of Green councillors yesterday doing.
Yeah, how did you? Yeah, you went to Leicester.
Yeah, we did some. We were doing leafleting mostly, which was always hard yards, but it's necessary work that needs to get done by somebody.
Yeah, absolutely.
Definitely worth. I mean, we had leaflets on about comparing the Green Party and the Labour and Conservatives' position on Gaza, and there was a lot of households full of Muslims with Palestinian flags on the front that we sent this through the letterbox of. So it was definitely worth doing. Definitely worth. I felt a little bit cynical, but I'm just like, that's the dirty face of politics. It was weird.
I don't think it's cynical. I think that's a perfectly reasonable response to the requests and needs of the electorate. That's what politics should be.
So I remember when the BBC or something, it might have been Sky News, it was Sky News, it was Sam Coates, I think it was, questioning George Galloway and saying, "Oh, you've got a list of the Muslim candidates in this constituency, then you're going to be deliberately canvassing them." I was like, yeah, of course he's done it. What's wrong with it? I mean, you criticise George Galloway for legitimate reasons all you want, but this is not, this is fine. Like, this is explicitly fine for them to want to support the votes
of people that live in his constituency.
Yeah.
Wow.
Like, the demographic of people who care a lot about the similar politics that he. Yeah, of course he. Yeah,
you do appear to be criticising him for doing his job, which is a bit weird, actually, as a criticism. It's not a great flex. You work at a station, and she passed. Right, because you work at like a train station. She was clearly busy. Fair enough. Either way, yeah, good on her. I think she's done all right, actually. She seems like a genuinely likable person.
No,
which is
student
rare.
politics. Student politics.
well,
Student politics.
She's well, exactly, yeah. Because sometimes students are cool, whereas all the other politicians are garbage.
Well, yeah, I pride myself on people calling me a student politician or engaging in student politics. I was like,
oh yeah, no, I feel a lot younger. Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
thank you.
it's
Politics
compliment.
when the cynical briefcase wankers hadn't taken control of the discourse. Yeah, absolutely. You know, I dream of the
politics
days where,
where your soul hasn't fucking crushed and been destroyed, and you're just an empty, hollow husk of a human being, a pretend, a fucking robot alien space creature. Yeah, apologies if I'm not that.
Yeah, back when I was positive and sincere and thought we could genuinely change the world for the better. What a crazy position that I used to be in. But no, believing that anything can get better ever is student politics.
Yes.
As we approach this, so we will have all sorts of ups and downs, debates and so on, but I think there's a lot more deeper things going on.
It's interesting because Rishi Sunak often talks about COVID as a positive for him. You know, in very, very many occasions, he mentions furlough very quickly as something that people liked about him.
Well, I think
Yeah.
they did. I mean, I appreciate
It's
John.
one of the few things that he's ever done in his entire life where people didn't despise him for it. Yeah.
Superman
takes a different.
Literally Superman. Yeah. I mean, they fucking glizzied him up to shit on the BBC. Yes, we know. We saw. You're not journalists.
View on that, but the fact is, for most people, the decisions he made to support people during the COVID pandemic was the right thing to do and allowed them to have enough money to carry on. It was absolutely critical.
John, in terms of what the Tories could do to get you back, you say you'd need to see something completely different, but what would that look like?
Well, it would definitely look like the environment first of all, but the environment coupled with making Britain strong financially.
So I want them to spend lots on green energy, whilst also not taxing any rich people at all. Thank you very much.
And what I want to see is a differentiating tax scheme that encourages inward investment in science and technology industries, but especially where the environment's concerned. Because in that way...
State. How about state investment? How about we invest using the state? How about we do what China fucking does?
How about you shut the fuck up? All right, I've decided, because I buy the politicians. They are mine. I keep them in my pocket. They are my entire... they are how I run the country. No, we're just going to burn poor people. They are a renewable resource. Fact.
As the environment becomes more and more of an issue, and of course it's a big issue today, but it's nothing compared to what's coming down the road in 10, 20 years' time. And whatever intellectual property we develop now, whatever intellectual products we develop now, will be eminently exportable over the next few years and will really grow Britain's GDP, but also grow the GDP.
I mean, it's not necessarily wrong to look toward trying to make Britain prosperous and all the rest of it. I'm not like the fucking crazy person. But the approach of everything has to be viewed through that prism. The fact that the pound note is the only factor that really matters here. When you're talking about, like, we're trying to save the world as a place for people to live, but you're just interested in making money out of it or something. Like, it's just so that's cynical, you know.
It's also like GDP as a metric is so fucking like dumb. Like Adrian Ramsey on Laura Koonsberg last week was correct to describe it as a blunt instrument because it doesn't really describe anything. It describes how many transactions happened. Like again, like I'll go back to the joke I told last week of, you know, the two economists paying each other to eat each other's shit. But at the end of the day, they've both ended up with the same amount of money, so it's cost them both nothing. They've made no money, and they've both eaten each other's shit. But the other one can say to the other, well, at least we've increased GDP by £100. Like, that's how dumb of a measure it is. Like, it's fine as, like, it gives you a broad scale overview, but what about how healthy your society is? What damage you're doing to the environment? How happy people are? How healthy people are? Like, these are metrics that GDP cannot ever cover.
Also, the society will not be healthy if people are eating shit. That is not good.
GDP per capita and therefore people's standard of living. And also the jobs will be higher paid. So it's all a virtuous circle. But trying to get any government to understand that seems nigh on impossible.
Well, it's interesting. We'll be hearing from our politicians in...
Yeah, politicians don't ever listen to billionaires like you. I agree. I absolutely understand your frustration. Mr. I bought and paid for the previous Prime Minister.
Just a couple of minutes. Thank you all very much indeed for now. And Matt will be talking about the Labour manifesto as well. You were at the meeting where it was agreed behind closed doors. I'm
Very much behind closed doors.
sure you've been sworn to secrecy, but maybe you can give us a few hints. So there is undoubtedly, as we've seen this week, a big challenge to Rishi Sunak and his allies like Mel Stride from the Reform Party. It is profound. How will they handle it? We'll hear from him in a minute. But Nigel Farage joins us from Essex this morning. Good morning to you. Thank you for joining us today.
Good morning.
Mr. Farage, if you get what you want in this campaign and you grab millions of former Tory voters, you're making it easier for Keir Starmer to get to number 10. Why do you want him to be Prime Minister?
I don't particularly, but I have to say the Conservatives have...
He's conservative enough that I don't care. Because you'll notice that was not the approach he took when John Blue Concretes was leader. He was scared of him becoming Prime Minister.
In a discussion with Concrete Mike on Talk TV, Concrete Mike put this particular question to him directly. Said, by taking votes away from the Tories, you're going to make Keir Starmer Prime... You're going to make Keir Starmer Prime Minister. And Nigel Farage's response as well, they're both basically the same anyway. There's very little difference between Keir Starmer. It doesn't make any difference to me who's Prime Minister. But if I want to see my politics as part of society in future, I need to be able to build a platform now whilst the Conservative Party are in the tank, right? We can, 5 more years of Keir Starmer is going to be very little different to 5 years of Rishi Sunak. So why should I fucking care when I actually have change? I want to change things and make things different. In my mind, for the worse, of course. I have my own political opinions, but from his perspective, that's exactly how he should think, and that's exactly how I think about the prospect of 5 more years of the 5 years of the Labour Party. It doesn't seem any different to me.
Yep. Why would it matter whether you have the Chancellor from just after David Cameron was Prime Minister or David Cameron in a red rosette? What difference does that actually fundamentally make?
Yep.
Nothing. So, fuck it, I might as well build my far-right coalition. Let's go! You know.
Trust with the country, repeated promises in manifesto after manifesto to reduce net migration to tens of thousands a year, and now they've opened the doors to such a scale. Do you know that 1 in 30 people in this country today has come here in the last 2 years? The numbers are astonishing. The breach of trust is huge, and it's a...
that will scare that statistic, whether it's true or not, I don't know, but that will scare the shit out of Conservative voters. That will honestly, that line, if he keeps repeating it, will win 1 million votes from the Tories.
Oh, 100%, 100%. And it's their own fault too. It's their own fault.
Yeah, exactly. Because they did do this, regardless of what one thinks of immigration. The Tories have brought in huge numbers of people. That's just a fact.
Yeah, and
whilst of course doing
deficit.
whilst of course kicking out, like, you know, having done the hostile fucking environment shit and kicked out people who should have been allowed to stay here and all the rest of it, and done the fucking Rwanda stuff. So they've been verbally very, very shitty towards migrants, of course. But yeah, they've allowed huge numbers of people in.
Trail.
As well as fucking up the system and allowing for a massive backlog as well, you know.
All of those people that lent their vote to the Conservatives in 2019. And I do believe this should be the immigration election. The exploding population is impacting on housing, on rents, on the health sector.
You have said in every election, this needs to be the immigration election. Stop pretending like that's a new thought on your part and that this doesn't motivate.
Hello, can you hear me, Kev? Kev has gone.
But some Conservatives, Mr. Farage, believe what you are doing.
Was that sorry?
What you went off on my end. The thing cut out. What I was going to say though is that you were talking about the anti-Semitism election, then your mic cut out, so I couldn't hear you. But the thing as well.
No, anti-Semitism, immigration. He wants to make every election the immigration.
Oh yeah, sorry, I misspoke. Sorry, immigration election. He wants to make every election an immigration election. You're right. He has basically been trying to do this for the last 10 years or so, last 15, 20 years. He's been desperate to make every election a call about the issue of immigration. And like, of all of the elections, this is like the one where you least want to do it. Like, even after all of the high levels of immigration that, again, Conservative Party pretended they didn't want and then did anyway, like, everyone is concerned with loads of other things, such as, you know, the cost of living crisis, or the state of the NHS, or what's happening in Palestine, or the housing crisis.
But his voters do care about it. That's the thing. He's not looking for like respectable centre ground voters or anything. He's looking to build a right wing coalition to force the Tories to become more right wing or just take over from them.
Well, yeah,
like
exactly.
his voters do care. In terms of him getting this thing off the ground, this is probably the best strategy he can provide. I think he's doing an amazing job, and that's terrifying.
Yeah.
But he is doing a good job of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, by the way, thank you for the raid, Mark Das Red. Do not know your channel. I will see what you are like. But thank you very much. Please refresh your screens. You'll come through the No Justice stream. I'll talk about UK politics 6 days a week, and I'm here with my co-host Kevin Logan, who's also a socialist and also from the UK. And don't worry, I know we're from the UK, but no matter how much you hate British people, we live with them, so we hate them all.
Exactly. Absolutely. And we need to get that in before the football starts and the fucking hooligan twats start destroying German town centres.
Well, I'm looking forward to see what... I'm looking forward to see what happens when the USA eventually play England in the World Cup coming up.
Oh, in the 2020 World Cup. Yeah,
They might actually happen because it looks like the USA are going to qualify.
Well, England might not. Fuck me. No result against Scotland. Embarrassing a little bit against Australia. Jesus. Anyway, we'll see.
Also adds up to a betrayal, because the logic of you running in this campaign in the way that you are makes it much easier potentially for...
She's so annoyed. You're fucking up my Tory loving, Nigel. I can't smile and be friendly with Keir Starmer.
Keir Starmer to get to number 10. So I'll ask you again, why do you want him to be the Prime Minister?
Taking out polling companies like Savanta, who don't even prompt for reform, which is outrageous, opinion the same. If you look at the other polls, in the red wall, Reform are ahead of the Conservatives and are now the challengers to Labour. If you look in Wales, it is now neck and neck between us and the Conservatives. So in the red wall, a Conservative vote is a vote to put Labour in. The whole game is changing. This old tired mantra that a vote for this party or that party.
Honestly, I think Piers Morgan fucking calling him out in public might end up with a fascist revolution.
I mean,
like it's the meme, the tiny domino that falls and then each one gets bigger. And the first one is Piers Morgan is a twat. And then the second one is fascist Farage opens the camps or something, Like, I don't know.
The thing is, the rhetoric again is exactly what we should be doing here on the left as well. This idea of, well, just like, what happened to if you're just going to be splitting the vote? I'm like, well, tough. I'm now ahead in some of these constituencies. Yeah. If you want to stop splitting the vote, then stand your candidates down. It's just like what's happening in Chingford, where everyone's saying, "Oh, you go, Faiza Shaheen she's an IDS enabler. IDS is going to get back in because she's splitting the vote." And like, stand the Labour candidate down then. If you care more about getting the Tories out, or do you care more about the Labour Party's political project? Because I can give a shit about your political project anymore because you're identical to the Conservative Party. So to me, it's well worth standing candidates against you. But if you are somebody whose singular goal is not letting Conservative Party MPs into Parliament, call on the Labour Party to stand down their candidate then. Just because they're an established party doesn't mean they have any more of a right to challenge the Conservatives in Chingford and Wood Green than Faiza Shaheen does. And Reform UK are right in the same way that why should the Conservative Party, continually be given the sole responsibility of being the right-wing representation against the Labour Party, for example, apart from the fact that, the Labour Party is right-wing.
Yeah. When will the Marxist revolution come? I can't wait any longer. The Marxist revolution is next Tuesday. We meet up at 2:30 next to the town hall, and we do a Marxism. Yeah.
If it's at 2:30, should he be at the dentist?
Hey!
I mean, the Marxist revolution comes when we elect a Green Party and then we do very, very mild social democracy. And that's basically Marxism as far as the UK body politic is concerned.
You will need to go to the dentist, of course, because we will be taking your toothbrush.
Absolutely.
Fact.
Only state-mandated toothbrushes at all. Do you have a Marxist capitalism?
True. True. Although it was a cracker yesterday. I watched a video called Britain is a Dump, right? It's made by this fucking
I
twat.
watched it. Yeah.
It's awful. Anyway, the phrase Thatcherite socialism, honestly, my brain nearly broke.
I mean,
it's ridiculous.
It's frustrating because, I mean, I know what they mean when they say that. I know what they mean that during the Thatcher administrations, the state doled out loads of money to people, but that's just neoliberalism, right? Socialism is not when the government spends money.
I don't think he was even
saying
that, though. I think he was literally saying because they didn't repeal the 1947 Town Planning Act, it was socialist Thatcherism or something. And it's just like, you're a fucking idiot, mate. Honestly, this is what no material analysis does to a motherfucker.
Literally, that seems to be like the main theme of my channel, and probably potentially your channel as well. Just viewing people not engaging in material analysis and calling them idiots for not doing so, because it's true.
Yeah.
On top of that, like, you know, that it's clear this person's like a Tom Harwood fan, because Tom Harwood bangs on about the Town and Country Planning Act all the fucking time.
Yeah. He's a little cunt, by the way. Fuck him. Sorry, it doesn't really matter. But,
helps the other side. And look, back in 2015, when I led UKIP, we took more Labour votes than Conservative votes. So it's you know, frankly, let's be honest.
Right, but that's because the Labour Party were very unpopular at the time, and the Tories sort of weren't. Your votes will be entirely from the Tory Party this time, I think. Like, well, that's not necessarily true. There'll probably be some red Wolsey, but like most of his electorate now are Tories. That's it. And of course, you got to bear in mind that was pre Brexit referendum, and so you had a lot of the red wall voters, the Sunderland voter type people who were natural Labour voters but wanted to leave the EU.
Yeah, and then we left.
That isn't a factor anymore. Not in the EU. Yeah,
exactly. On top of, I mean, you can see what happened to those voters in 2017. They all went back to Labour because Jeremy Corbyn was honouring the Brexit referendum and represented an old school Labour Party that they knew and loved, rather than the anti-industrial Tony Blair professional managerial Labour Party. And then in 2019, the professional managerial wing of the Labour Party decided to try and tank the campaign by wanting to overturn Brexit. Thanks, Mr. Starmer. I wonder what you got up to after that.
Yeah.
By running the second referendum, and they all abandoned them again.
Yeah. Here's an interesting question from Madcap in the chat. Do you think I should vote for the Marxists who's standing here or stick with the SNP?
I mean, it's first past the post. You probably have to stick with the SNP.
Yeah, presumably it's a Labour SNP marginal, so unless the Labour candidate is specifically very left-wing, which I doubt, probably stick with the SNP, I imagine.
Yeah.
The election's over. Labour have won already. Whether the majority is 200 or 350 is almost immaterial. The real question here is who is going to provide a voice of opposition in Parliament and in the country to a Starmer government. The Conservatives are incapable of it. They argue more with each other than they do standing up and fighting for their constituents or the country. And I think reform needs to be in the House of Commons. And we've got a 5-year plan.
You're not going to be, so it's not a problem.
Leading up to a general election of 2029. We're dead serious about this. The Conservatives had their chance. They've blown it.
Except that many viewers will remember that in this stage in 2017, Theresa May, a month out, was absolutely miles ahead in the polls. It looked like she was cruising to victory. Mel Stride's already told us, Shabana Mahmood's already told us and reminded everybody not a single vote has been cast. So you are taking voters' decisions.
Laura. Who did she lose votes to in 2017? Who did she lose votes to?
Just a generic Labour leader. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Let's not focus on that at all. It's not like that guy had the ability to infuse the election with some hope and dignity and respect, and gave hope to people who had been disenfranchised and got them to vote for him. No. He, whoever he or she or they were, is probably exactly the same as Rishi Sunak.
Yeah,
and therefore that turnaround is possible, apparently, in her fucking eyes.
No, so just in general as well, like even outside of just the misacknowledgement of the existence of Jeremy Corbyn as a leader of the party.
Who's that person? I've never heard that name before.
Don't know, just nobody. But anyway, what's important though is that, I mean, even if you do forget that, there's a difference between an opposition being 20 points behind because people don't know their policies and have just absorbed media spin, to then reading their policies and then coming towards them. There's different than being an incumbent government who've destroyed the country and have engaged in like gaff after gaff after gaff, and then them rising 20 points in the polls because people know them already. You can't be reintroduced to the Conservative Party as an electoral force when they've been in government for 14 years and when the press have finally decided to report on all the fucking bad shit that they've done at the last point possible before an election is taking place, right? These are two completely different scenarios.
Or granted, and claiming that you can be the real opposition. Is that credible?
I tell you what, if you went outside London and you met people in this constituency and others around the country who voted Conservative for the first time in 2019, they're loathing for the Conservative Party as such. There is no chance of them going back. So let's face the facts. I know from a media perspective, you'd love to think that it's undecided. The election is over. The question is who's going to be the opposition. And right now,
the Liberal Democrats,
we're just
they'll be the opposition.
Yeah, like at best you win one seat, maybe two, and that's going to be a freak turnaround. Like he's not going to be anything. He's not going to get elected.
I mean, I think that I know there's a gigantic Tory leader in this constituency, but I think he's if anything, after all this, he's probably a big enough figure to actually do the turnaround in Clacton. But I think that there is a chance that they might get three, like Farage in Clacton, Tice in Boston and Skegness, and Lee Anderson in Ashfield. And in Ashfield, it's literally only because there's a four-way split for the votes that they might kind of luck into the first place in that constituency. Anywhere else, I don't think they've got a chance. But 3 is still more than 0. But at the end of the day, what might be a problem for Farage here, with this strategy that he's gone for of killing the Conservative Party, is that if he does destroy them so badly that they end up in 3rd place and the Liberal Democrats the opposition, we've got a guaranteed 5 years, because the Labour coalition for a gigantic majority never going to go away, right? They're not going to have enough infighting with 450 carefully picked Starmerites they've inserted and parachuted into positions to break down before the end of the term that's necessary. And so there'll be
demarxification, yes.
Yeah, there'll be at least 5 years of an unassailable Labour government being held to account at the dispatch box by Ed Davey. And so at the very least, right, in that scenario, if that does come to pass, the rhetoric is going to have shifted leftwards. Not by much, because it's going to be a right-wing Labour Party versus the party of austerity. But
well, I'd say it will have shifted libwards, yeah.
Liberal, yeah. It'll be far more liberal. Like, the outward kind of nasty rhetoric will probably go away, and it'll just be Ed Davey talking about how high the debt-to-GDP ratio is and you can't trust Labour with the economy, whatever. Like, which is shit. Like, it's shit and I hate it. But he will end up doing that kind of thing. But at the very least, right, a lot of the kind of, really kind of bottom of the barrel garbage gutter discourse that Farage thrives on will be out of the limelight, at least somewhat. Yeah. So I think that there is a kind of a double-edged sword for Nigel Farage pursuing this policy. But it depends. It depends how high they poll after the election. If he does become like the de facto polling opposition, he'll still be given time in the media more than is relevant, based upon those polling averages, regardless of whether or not the Lib Dems are getting 60, 70 seats on 10% of the vote. If from or ahead, they'll have to be given airtime. But we shall see. We shall see. It's a mythical scenario, and we have not had the election yet.
Indeed, the only one that matters is on election day. Yeah, we know. Maureen, but so the person up against the SNP is a Blairite. Oh, well, vote SNP then, Madcat. Yeah, fuck that. Yeah.
That reform is putting over. You took over the leadership rather dramatically this week, having said you wouldn't run. You are now running, but I think not everybody is familiar yet with your policies. Now, in Reform's contract with the people, you call for £50 billion worth of spending cuts. So which public services would you get rid of?
Well, here's the point. The Bank of England is paying vast amounts of interest on their QE borrowing. Yes, I know it's very technical for a Sunday morning. I'm doing a press conference tomorrow in which I'll lay out how we can save 35 billion before we even start. I'll unveil all of this tomorrow, but yes, you're right.
So his plan for a country that's been hollowed out by cuts is more cuts.
So it's worth pointing out his description there of the fact that our government pays interest on bonds owned by the Bank of England, i.e. owned by itself. That's stupid and we should get rid of it. Like, Nigel Farage is 100% correct, and he should do that, and the Labour Party should do that, any party should do that. The fact that we've ever done that is completely ridiculous. Completely ridiculous. What it might do is affect mortgage products potentially, but there's other fiscal ways of fixing those mortgage products, or like financial products that might have higher interest rates, or you could indeed just force the Bank of England to lower the base rate in response. But either way, like, there's a lot of stuff in the background. But broadly, the point that he's making, that we could save ourselves, £30 billion or whatever instantly by stopping paying interest on bonds held by the Bank of England. That's true. That's 100% true. Every government could and should do that immediately. Phil from A Different Bias released a good video, actually, which I recommend people going and viewing, about how it's silly that we already do this and the pitfalls of what happens if you do or don't do it. But basically, if we do that, it makes the banks mad because it makes their products worth less overall, broadly.
Well, that's worth it in of itself, then.
Yeah, but on top of that, Reform UK are also promising billions and billions of pounds worth of cuts. Their contract with the people states they want to shave 5% off every single government budget.
Oh,
which in the case of the NHS is fucking huge.
Yeah, that just collapses basically every government department. Yeah, thanks.
We want to raise the level at which people start paying tax to £20,000 a year. Why? It'll take 7 million people out of the tax system, mass simplification, a huge incentive for those not in work to go to work, and that's what I'm going to lay out tomorrow morning.
But I think viewers would like to know this morning, your party's already saying you'll cut £50 billion of public spending, so which public services would you get rid of?
Yeah. Well, it's not about getting rid of public services, it's about making them more efficient. It's about the national health.
Jesus Christ, every one of them. They're all the same. They're all the same. We can do it through efficiency. No, you can't.
Exactly, yeah, it's frustrating. And this is literally what Rachel Reeves and Wes Streeting have been saying, and Darren Jones, the Shadow Chief Secretary to the Treasury. Specifically, they've all said we want to find efficiency savings and reform them to make them better. It's like, again, David Cameron tried this for 6 years, so did Theresa May and Philip Hammond. They wanted to find efficiency savings. Did they find any efficiency savings? No. They reduced service provision because there were no efficiency savings to begin with.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. They all want to have their cake and eat it. You can't pretend that if you want to save money, there aren't going to be cuts. You can't have it. If you want better services, you have to fucking pay for them as well. Like, you can't have your cake and eat it, guys. Stop fucking lying to people. It's so dishonest.
Service, not swallowing up huge amounts of money in diversity training and things like this. We want to live in a country where everybody is...
As if diversity training makes up any real percentage of the fucking budget. You're a clown.
It's somebody pointed it out. I think it was like 500 million or something they spent on diversity and things like that. And so it worked out like 0.0002% of the budget. And I was just like, okay, nothing. But it's a big bugbear for these people. They think that it's money that's being spent that shouldn't be spent, not because they think that it inflates the budget. It's because they don't like the idea of DEI. And you know what? Yeah. You can dislike DEI all you want. But currently on the books, we have equalities laws in place. The reason why companies are so steadfast in ensuring that they have people who do these things in the background so they don't want to get fucking sued. Yeah. They don't want to have to go in front of fucking magistrates to have to defend the fact that they failed on equality. And so they spend relatively small amounts of money. I mean, like 0.002% of the NHS budget is a lot of money in abstract. It's a lot of money nominally, but it's not like a huge amount in terms of how much we spend on the NHS to ensure that we don't get caught up by breaching Equality Act, for example. That's money worth spending, and businesses don't spend money for no reason. They know that it saves them money too. Nigel Farage is very big on wanting to turn the NHS into something that operates like a business. And yeah, businesses don't want to get sued fucking either, Nigel. It's really it's really not difficult.
Yeah.
Treated equally. And by the way, raising the tax threshold to £20,000 will be a lot of civil servants that we can get rid of.
But even the highest figures for spending.
Okay, who does their jobs then? Who does their jobs, Nigel?
I mean,
again, there aren't that many. You think that there are lots and lots of people being employed that don't do anything? Is that your actual opinion?
right-wingers believe this about everything. They believe it a lot about the government, but they think about it in basically every situation. Oh, we can shave a bunch of people off here. Case in point, Elon Musk and Twitter, right? They looked at the number of people employed by Twitter and thought, surely it can't take this many people to run Twitter. We'll just get rid of loads of these people, and they can, if they want to leave, if they want to stay, they'll take a pay cut or work longer hours or whatever. And they got rid of loads of different things, not just people who are working there, but a bunch of rules they had in the background. And Sean, the YouTuber, pointed this out on Twitter and saying they thought that Twitter were doing all these things because they were won by woke people wanting to impose an ideology, when actually they were owned by business people who wanted to make money. And so they've slowly rolled back on all of these things. And of course, Twitter keeps crashing, the app keeps failing, it keeps going down, the features fail all of the time. It's a buggy mess. And that's because a bunch of the people that Elon Musk fired because he thought that they were unnecessary waste and people who were stealing a living, who were being used as inefficiently, were actually there for a really good reason in the first place.
And, of course, he got rid of my free speech, which is just a disgrace. He murdered my opinion.
He did indeed do that. But again, Nigel Farage has spent no time. He spent 0 time in government. He's never been elected in government ever in his fucking life. Doesn't know how any of it works, really and truly. But he just believes, because these right-wingers have just this kind of like the kind of religious belief in this idea that the private sector is more efficient than the public sector.
Yeah.
They assume, based on that single heuristic, that, well, if I get into government, I could find loads of these people to cut from the civil service because there must be some inefficiencies somewhere. And it turns out it's just not true. It's just not true.
Diversity training, which you cite there, Conservative Way Forward, the group have looked at this, and they say the most that you could get back would be 427 million, which out of cuts of 50 billion, that's a drop in the ocean.
Well, okay.
Exactly.
All right, I'll go on. The inheritance tax threshold should be raised to 2 million. We will go on with...
That's also a cut.
Yeah, but why, Nigel? Why is that the case?
Turns out his mates...
That doesn't seem like a meritocracy to me at that point, mate.
No, turns out all of his mates who spend money funding Reform UK PLC, because remember, it's not a party, it's a company. It's all of the rich people who fund it don't want to pay inheritance tax. How
crazy,
strange.
Other areas like that, mass simplification of the tax system, which will bring...
that's just a cut. That's less tax coming in. So that's 50 billion plus the thing you've just said. That makes it worse, Nigel.
Exactly. And this is a really interesting thing. They always say, we're going to make tax simpler. We're going to make welfare simpler. Yeah, worse. You mean worse, right? You mean more cracks for people.
Benefit,
yeah, more cracks for people to fall through.
Yeah.
It's enormous savings.
In terms of other things that you might want to do, you said on Friday, and you've mentioned this morning, you'd like to reform the NHS and you'd like to have a French model. Now, in France, there are upfront costs.
Well, we all want a French model, don't we, lads? Hey! That's a sexism joke. You're very welcome.
That people have to pay. They get some of it back, but not all of it. Is that what you would like to see in this country, where people have to pay upfront for their healthcare?
Let's be clear. We want healthcare to be free at the point of delivery. That was the founding principle of the National Health Service. What we're not...
Wow, what a fucking lefty. What a lefty lunatic fucking communist. Are you suggesting healthcare Marxism, Nigel?
Having a debate about is this. We've gone up from just a few years ago, spending 7.5% of our national cake to 11% of the national cake on health. And guess what?
What's his thing with the national cake? Just say budget, you cunt. Why is it got to be a cake?
I know, right?
You're not talking to fucking 6-year-olds.
Well, he thinks that they are. He thinks that he is talking to 6-year-olds. That's what he's
spending 6% of the cake. How do you spend a cake?
Yeah, that's how these people think of the electorate, as fucking economically illiterate dunderheads.
Baked goods are not legal tender, you wanker. Shut up.
Wish they were.
No, I enjoy eating them. And then I feel really bad, like, this is expensive. But this is a very expensive cake now.
Well, again, also,
buy more cake.
it's even further simplification of the household budget narrative. It's a really good point in chat specifically, because cakes, you can't grow a cake, right? You can't issue cake bonds. It makes it really easy to try and make people think that there is a certain pot of money and the only thing you can do is cut taxes or increase taxes to be able to change how you spend. No bond issuance, no money printing, no quantitative easing, no ways that you can of changing the
No
way in which we
seizing the
do our
means of
economy.
production and putting them in the hands of the workers. No.
Yes, exactly. It's just, here is a pie, if there is a cake, and you have to cut slices out
Oh,
of the
don't
cake, and that's
start
what it
adding
is. Yeah.
pie. Oh, I'm so fucking hungry now.
Well, that's what Liz Truss kept talking about, pie, didn't she?
I want pie and cake now. Oh, I'm a fat bastard.
Delivery has got worse, waiting lists have gone up. This model is not working. The French system of mutualisation is producing far better returns, whether it's stroke, cancer or heart disease. What I'm saying is, let's have a proper, open debate about this, because frankly, everyone knows that the NHS is not working the way it was 20 years ago.
Yeah, because of neoliberal ghouls like you.
Yeah, Mansley reforms, privatisation. Like, again, it was the best healthcare service in the world in 2010. I wonder what's happened between then and now, Nigel. The model hasn't changed.
You got what you wanted.
Yeah,
what happened.
Like the principle of free at the point of use hasn't changed, but there's plenty of other changes that have been made that made it worse.
True.
Ago.
I want to ask you about the Prime Minister's early exit from the D-Day commemorations this week. After that, you said that he wasn't patriotic, and you said that Rishi Sunak didn't understand our history and our culture. What did you mean by that?
Yeah.
Okay. If he's going to be truthful, the next thing he says is going to be like TOS levels racism. But he's not truthful, so it won't.
No.
Absolutely right. He couldn't make a mistake over D-Day. He should have known in his heart that it was right to be there.
In his heart! Yeah, literally in his brown heart. He just intrinsically, the brown people just don't understand our culture. He couldn't possibly know. It's just a part of them. They're not, they're not white enough. That's the problem, isn't it, Nigel? Nigel. Frick.
I was there. I've been raising money for some weeks to send veterans back to Normandy. The vast majority of people in...
Yeah, but you were celebrating the other side, weren't you? You were commiserating about the You were like, no, don't worry, lads. We'll get it again next time, okay? Me and Marine, we're going to sort it out. It'll be fine.
Britain felt this commemoration was important and the last opportunity to honour the remnants that are still alive. And by the way, I know what your question's leading at.
And adorably, did you see the 100-year-old veteran that got married to a 96-year-old at Normandy? Amazing. It was the most fucking heart-rendering story. It was beautiful. Honestly, I felt feelings for the first time in a long time. I didn't like it.
40% of our contribution in World War I and World War II came from the Commonwealth. He is utterly disconnected by class, by privilege.
Yeah, like the army of South Rhodesia. Yeah. Is that what you mean, Nigel? No? Okay.
From how the ordinary folk in this country feel. He revealed that, I think, spectacularly when he left Normandy early. And out there now, there are millions and millions of people who were Conservative voters, traditional Conservative voters, not the Red Wallers, who are now thinking, do we go on supporting the Conservatives or do we support reform? And this is going to be, I think, the acid test of this election.
But Mr Farage, when you say our culture, I think many of our...
He did very well dodging that part, didn't he? He didn't actually answer the question at all. He's actually not a bad politician. He's just an awful human. Which often, unfortunately, goes hand in hand, sadly. Are you there? Hello?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Well, some kind of response would be nice.
So somebody sent me an article about what happens when you stop paying interest on bonds held by the Bank of England, and one of the sentences broke my brain, and I'm still very confused by it.
Good. Well, by all means, let's hear it. What was it?
Okay, so implementing the proposal would involve what would amount to a default on the indemnity that the Treasury has provided to the Bank of England in connection with quantitative easing. The interest that would be withheld is currently paid by the BOE to the commercial banks on reserve balances, whose aggregate amount has been determined by the bank, by the BOE, which has created the balances to pay for gilt-edged securities purchased in its quantitative easing programme. The gilts are held in an asset purchase facility, a BOE subsidiary which is financed by a loan from the BOE proper. The APF is indemnified against losses by HM Treasury, which also gets the benefit of any profits it has already received, 120 billion. I'm very confused.
Was that the schematics for a plane? The fuck was that? I don't know what that sentence was. Yeah, okay. This is what they do. Bullshit baffles brains. Just write. Have you tried to read the way in which they write legislation? The legalese they have to go through. It's gibberish. It's like a secret code that they teach you at lawyers' school to earn billions. Like, it's mad.
Our viewers might imagine that you are trying, not very subtly, to emphasise the Prime Minister's immigrant heritage.
Yeah. I just made the point, 40% of our contribution in 2 wars came from the Commonwealth. Clearly, Mr. Sunak doesn't understand that. And what an insult to the Americans. You know, that took place.
Well, not just the Americans, to everyone, to the Canadians, the French, not the Germans. Let's not go into it. Anyway, to everyone, to all of those people, the Anzac forces, all of them, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, anything, right? It shows more disrespect to them because he showed up for the English people and fucked off for everybody else.
Yeah, like and he didn't even want to turn up to that. He didn't even want to do that. Look, motherfucker, you're asking people to go into the army for a year, and you can't even do your fucking service for an afternoon. Behave yourself.
Above Omaha Beach, where the Americans suffered so grievously, he has made the biggest mistake of his political career. If it wasn't an election campaign...
And that's fucking saying something. Jesus Christ.
...campaign, there'd be a leadership challenge against him this week. The man is not fit to lead the country.
I honestly think he should resign. The fact that he didn't want to even turn up to the British one, that's enough. That's enough. Yeah. You can't be... You cannot be the leader of the country, even for the short amount of time you have left. You're a garbage. I know it's not going to happen. They're not going to get rid of him in the middle of a general election, but that's the cynical nature of politics, unfortunately. You are not fit to be in office.
I agree. Absolutely. I mean, the longer he stays on, the more the Tories have a chance of being annihilated forever. So we shall see.
True. I mean, literally anyone they replaced him with, even at short notice, would have to do a better job, surely.
Absolutely. Jeremy Corbyn's wife just quote tweeted me.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, one of my video mocking Angela Rayner for pretending that they couldn't remove the 2-child benefit cap.
Friends in high places.
Yeah.
Love it. Look. I mean, if you want to come on, if you and your husband want to come on for a chat, we're all good. Pop up.
I mean, Curtis managed to get an interview with the OG, so we'll see.
Exactly, that was fucking dope, by the way.
Did you watch his Owen Jones interview as well today?
Oh my god, he interviewed Owen Jones.
Yeah.
Oh, this is fucking hot. No,
it's really Owen Jones dishes so much dirt on the Labour right. It's so fun. Well worth watching.
I'll watch that. I'll give that a watch tomorrow. Yeah. Fuck yes. But that's content for tomorrow, lads. Let's go.
Sunday Times today is carrying a story about one of your aides and colleagues, George Cottrell, who has a conviction for wire fraud in the America and has been named in another criminal investigation in Montenegro. Do you want him by your side on the campaign trail?
She's really ass blasted about the fact that he's fucking the Tories, isn't she? She's really actually legitimately seething.
Yeah.
You are ruining our two-party loving.
No, my lobby connections are gone forever.
Look, how can I be a shill for the Tory party if they don't exist anymore, Nigel?
Always stand by my friends. And
I haven't seen this level of vitriol since Corbyn was around. Jesus Christ, he's
Speaking
furious.
of that, did you see when she said that she said in a podcast last week? Where she said, I remember somebody texted me in 2015 about Corbyn winning the leadership election from the Labour right, saying they're going to destroy him piece by piece. And I was just like, oh, so you didn't think this was worth reporting on at the time then? You didn't think it was worth reporting on? That was going to be an attempt into... And there was a coup in 2016. There was a chicken coup in 2016 as well, right? Would you not have been worth reporting, Laura, at the time at which they deliberately tried to internally remove him against the wishes of the membership? Would you think it might be worth reporting at some point there, someone who deliberately texted you that this was their plan all along, Laura? Was this not fucking part of the resume of journalism? Oh, of course, you're not a journalist. You're a propagandist at the end of the day. say.
No. Well, yeah, no, exactly. You know, she's a client journalist for the establishment. Why would she do anything like, you know, report the subversion of the will of the Labour Party membership? Why would she do that? It's not like that's a massively consequential piece of information that the Fourth Estate really ought to be bringing to the attention of the public. No. What we need is Jeremy Corbyn to like die or something, or get murdered, or something like that.
Neoliberalism.
There is a thing called Christian forgiveness. If people get convicted of something or do something wrong, well, they have another chance in life.
Okay, dickhead. If you're going to start quoting like do Bible shit, you know, the whole turn the other cheek and that you do unto the least of my brethren, that you do unto me. I don't know, your rhetoric about pushing people back into the fucking sea really comports with the Jewish socialist Jesus of Nazareth.
Absolutely. Dan Eos in chat asks, is the UK in a geopolitical decline, not in social terms, but purely geopolitical? Yes, absolutely. I mean, we gave up our big role on the diplomatic stage globally by leaving the European Union.
Yeah, pretty much.
And we've basically been America's cuckboy bitch for the last 20 years, regardless. I mean, we have been for a long time, kind of more broadly, but now really and truly, both of our party leaders do never ever take a line outside of what the American State Department line is, and nobody listens to or cares what we do in a global the rest of Europe laughs at us. You know, all of the Commonwealth states don't want to try and remove themselves from any connection to us, and the United States treats us like we're their child. Like, we so much of the right wing in this country.
But it's like an illegitimate child. It's not a favourite son or anything.
No, exactly. Like a weird sees them on weekends type deal.
Yeah, exactly.
But, like, so much of, I think, that the rage that you get from a lot of kind of backbone conservatives, like nationalist conservatives in this country, a lot of the rage that they feel that's led them towards this kind of vitriolic position is actually born out of the fact that the country itself, the international reputation of our country is it's embarrassing.
It's in the tank. It's absolutely like, and it was before. I mean, it's just symbolic, really. The fact that the leader didn't even want to turn up to the D-Day thing. Like, it's humiliating. Europe laughs at us, calls us fucking Brexit land, right?
Literally,
America literally just. I mean, we're the luck of their little lapdog. It's pathetic. It's embarrassing.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. But
Australia just bent us over the table and are now flooding us with fucking lamb. Like, it's madness. It's madness.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right, Kev. Yeah, and the thing is that this kind of impotent rage at the idea that we're not a geopolitical superstar anymore is what keeps these people up at night a lot of the time, and this international kind of denigration of us being, the somebody who colonized like 2/3 of the world or some stupid amount like that, like invading basically everywhere and becoming this global superpower, and we're not anywhere close to that anymore. They hate the conservatives. They think that they've not just destroyed the political project of conservatism, but they've destroyed like the what's the word I'm looking for? I guess the prestige of Britain as a country on the world stage.
And honestly, the more I think about it, our massive expenditure on armed forces and especially on nuclear weaponry is like the national equivalent of a middle class family where the income earner loses their job and they still have to try and keep up their middle class lifestyle, but on like credit cards that they can't afford to pay back. We're basically that now.
We're the old guy from the Full Monty. That's exactly who we are.
We're the boss from the Full Monty.
Going down the job centre every day, but still buying presents for the wife while she doesn't know.
Yeah, exactly. Just pretending that everything's fine and that we're still, rich, and we're not. Why are we pretending to swing our big dick around? We don't. Everyone knows. Everyone's seen everyone's called the emperor having no clothes. So let's stop pretending now. Let's save ourselves 200 billion quid and go back to being just, a set of rainy rocks in the North Atlantic, which is all we ever should have been in the first place.
And if you want to know exactly how much of America's lapdog and a cuckboy bitch we are, in the nuclear weapons that we spend all this money on are still controlled by the Americans.
Yeah,
they still control our nuclear warheads.
That's the annoying thing when they say, like, Jeremy, would you nuke 200 squillion people? Would you kill all of those people, Jeremy? The real answer should have been, I don't know. I'd have to ring up Washington first.
Yeah, they have control over our nuclear.
We need Washington to say so. So we don't even have an independent nuclear deterrent. It's not independent. It's a job.
To go on and prove themselves.
Mr. Farage, thank you very much indeed for joining us from Clacton Pier, I think, where you are standing for election. And there is, of course, a list of all the other candidates who are standing in Clacton. Information.
Let's have a look. Yeah, I said this at the time, but the Labour candidate being called Yovan Owusu Nepal, that's going to get very racist. Nigel Farage is going to say some dumb shit about that. Guarantee it.
Information about every candidate who's standing in this whole general election is available for you on the BBC website. So wherever you live, you can check out what is going on. Now, we just have some important and sad breaking news to bring you this morning. There is very little detail so far, but we can tell you that a body has been found in the search for the TV and radio presenter Michael Mosley. That's according to a rescue worker in Greece who has spoken this morning to the BBC. The 67-year-old vanished on Wednesday while he was on holiday.
One of the list of the people on the ballot for Clacton, the guy called Tony Mack, was the original PPC for the Reform Party who got usurped by Nigel on a whim because, of course, Nigel Farage has dictatorial control over the direction of Reform UK because he's the majority shareholder of Reform PLC. So
nice.
This Tony Mack guy got mad.
And is now running as an intern.
He literally...
Well, it's good to see that at least one person who was involved with reform isn't just a little cockboy who's going to take that shit.
Well, absolutely. I mean, I think he's from the local area, right? I'm assuming most of the candidates are people from the local area who wanted to... at least run for a party with shitty political opinions, but at the very least that he wants to be able to support because if it's in his area, been replaced by somebody who's has no relationship with Clacton at all.
And literally, there's quotes of him saying, "I don't want to spend my Friday nights in Clacton." Literally. Nigel Farage doesn't want to be there. I wonder if that will play into the thing at all.
Well, he's literally done a Pfizer Shaheen because they've tried to parachute in their favoured candidate over somebody who actually knows the local people. No, again, absolutely, I would, he should run as an independent. He absolutely should. Why the fuck should the residents of Clacton take having a parachuted candidate? But at the very least,
fucking racist frog, yeah.
But at least in the Labour Party, they have the excuse of saying, well, actually, the worst part here is that our members chose somebody who was a local to the area and you're usurping them through dictatorial means at the top of the party. But of course, there is no membership process for the Reform UK to help choose a candidate. Nigel's in charge. He chooses the candidates. He chooses when they stay and when they go. I'm like, well, yeah, you signed up to that when you became a Reform Party candidate, that at any point, the majority shareholder could come in and tell you to fuck off because they have all of the power.
Yep.
You signed up for this dictatorship, mate, not me.
Indeed. Hello, Boy Meets Mini. Everyone going for the Boy Meets Mini.
Indeed. Welcome to my chat as well.
I will bring down the wrath of Khan. I don't even fucking watch Star Trek. I don't know what I'm talking about.
On the Greek island of Symi. You can read more about the story as it's developing on our website. Dr. Mosley was, of course, known for his TV programmes and Radio 4's Just One Thing podcast. And we were lucky to have him on one occasion in the studio here. And of course, we will be following that closely throughout the day. Now, let's then talk to Mel Stride, the Work and Pensions Secretary, who was listening to Mr. Farage during that interview. Welcome to you.
Thank you.
I just want to ask you, first of all, about Mr. Farage's remarks about Rishi Sunak not understanding our culture. Now, his defence of that was that Rishi Sunak doesn't understand the contribution from the Commonwealth and he doesn't understand the contribution from Brits in World War II. What did you think of him saying that? And what did you think of his defence of those remarks?
So I think they were deeply regrettable comments. I'm not entirely sure he addressed the question that you put to him as to what he meant by that. He then went on to make various comments about...
So you noticed how he dodged the question? I presume you won't be doing that in this interview then, Mr. Stride. You're fully cognizant of that. Yeah, okay. Look, you know what? A good analytical skill. Clearly, he's got media training. I appreciate that. Let's see if he uses it for good or evil.
About those that had fought very gallantly and selflessly in the Second World War as part of the Allied effort. But I think deeply regrettable is how I would, because I think they are suggesting things. I'm not going to go any further than that because I don't want to stoke this whole thing up, but it just seems to me that that's an ill-advised thing to have said.
But you clearly have reservations about it, and I don't want to, lead you to somewhere you're not willing to go.
Again, this is the same thing I mentioned the other day when we were on. The Tory party can't attack Nigel Farage, especially his racism, because they know that's the vote they're trying to pull back from him. So
it's really funny, yeah.
You can't come and say the thing he said was racist, it's a racist dog whistle, fuck that guy, because the people they want are the people who would be taken in by a racist dog whistle.
Well, it's the funny dance that every single party has to do, because that kind of voter is potentially a swing voter. It's potentially part of the swing demographic of either comfortable-ish middle-class people, or people who are from a generation who grew up when the Thatcher administration gave them a lot of new wealth through right to buy or through demutualisation or through the sell-off of public services, whilst they also had pretty good private pensions, which were usually defined benefit schemes that paid them out long into their retirement, and also get a triple locked state pension on top of that. So they're comfortable, let's put it that way. They're people who are more concerned with immigration, for example, than the cost of living crisis, which is, when you look at the polling, the only demographic that exists in that metric is Reform UK. Every other party, cost of living and NHS, more important than immigration. Only Reform UK voters care more about immigration than the cost of living. Shows you the kind of economic demographic they belong to. And again, I'm not saying they're super rich or they're incredibly wealthy or well off, but pensioners who got to buy their council house, which has increased massively in value over the last 30 years, who got a defined benefit pension and a triple locked pension, are much better off than the average working person is in this country. So that's why they can afford to not care about cost of living as much as immigration. But that also makes them a swing voter. That makes them a swing voter because most working people, as we've seen from every election, vote Labour. Even in the 2019 drubbing, the plurality of working age people in every income demographic below 100,000 voted Labour more than Conservative. So it's clear that the Chase vote is for the retired as a demographic, because those are the ones, especially the Labour Party, want to get them off the Conservatives. The Conservatives want to keep them, and Reform UK think that they can usurp the Conservatives amongst the demographic, and they're doing a pretty good job. So that's why there's just this weird chicanery where Nigel Farage will say something outlandish, and then Labour and the Conservatives will just shy away from criticising it, because all they'll do by taking a firm stance away from Nigel Farage is lose his demographic completely.
Yeah.
But it is clearly something that you do feel concerned about.
I feel very uncomfortable with that. Look, we've had in our country, and it's a source of great personal pride, as somebody who supported the Prime Minister, wanted him to be the leader of our party and our Prime Minister, that I've sat around a cabinet table that's the most diverse in history. And I'm very proud of the fact that we have a British Asian who is right at the top of our government. And we can debate what he's done and what he hasn't done and what he's going to do and so on. We'll no doubt come on to that. But I think his involvement in government has been characterised by outstanding public service. And I'm very proud of that.
Okay.
Shut the fuck up.
Let's talk then about some of those policies. Now, it's the Conservatives so far in this campaign who've been very busy announcing policy after policy after policy. But whether it's national service or ending what you would call the war on motorists, clearly designed to appeal to voters who have deserted you or may be about to desert you. And they are clearly the kind of voters that Reform UK is also going after. If you look at how the polls have been moving, isn't Nigel Farage beating you at your own game?
So I think you put the very sensible point to Nigel Farage, which is basically a vote for reform is a vote for Labour. It's going to help get Keir Starmer in.
Yes, she did repeat the same fucking bullshit the Tory HQ wanted her to. Yeah, correct.
It's number 10.
Not journalism.
We've got to concentrate on, the leadership we've got to show is to set out the clear choice that there is in this general election.
But I'm
so on the
asking
one
you that
hand,
you're announcing policies designed to appeal to those voters, and so far, reform is actually gaining.
we have policies, and we're doing things that appeal to voters right across the piece. So we've already, for example, cut national insurance by 1/3. That's a tax cut for 29 million working people, worth £900 for an average earner. Those are important things that we're doing that have practical impacts on people's lives. Now, if we take the group that you're talking about, I think older voters who are equally very important to us, the triple lock plus is something that we will bring in, which will make sure that those pensioners who are already benefiting from the triple lock itself will not be dragged into paying income tax. Now, Labour, Laura, have said that they will not come forward with a triple lock plus, which will mean millions of pensioners being brought into income tax as a consequence of a Labour government.
Well, as you raise that, I just want to clarify for our viewers, you have as a government made many more pensioners pay income tax for the first time because you have frozen the levels at which people start to.
Wow, a journalism, well done.
Again, it's the election season, so they're just forced. They have been forced now to actually bother scrutinising everybody. Yeah, because again, like for some reason, like they keep being allowed to spout this line about a £900 tax cut. I'm like, first of all, that's just an average household, and by average I mean like £50,000 earners, and I'm just like, well, I don't give a shit about them, to be honest, mate. Don't give a shit about people very comfortable with that amount of money. And then on top of that, like that all gets minimised by fiscal drag to the point at which, by the end of the projections for the next few years, the only demographics that aren't going to be worse off in terms of tax payments is going to be specifically that demographic, so 35k to 50k. Everyone above that and below that, so the lowest earners are still going to be paying more in tax as a proportion of their income than otherwise they would be. Like, that's how much of a non-tax cut it is they're giving people. But, crucially, they don't give a shit about people who are under 25k, not their voting demographic, right? The 35k, 50k, 60k, whatever have you, you know, the aspirational class, whatever it is, they're ideal Conservative Party swing voters. Poor people, though, fuck them, they're going to vote Labour anyway.
Yep.
And your plan now is to undo some of the damage you've already done to their wallets. So to be completely clear, that is what that plan is. You may want to put it forward at the election, but that is what that plan is.
Well, what actually the triple lock has done, of course, is increased pensions at a much greater rate than would otherwise have been the case.
£3,700 you're giving them a tax cut when actually you're giving them a bit of money back on something you'd already taken from them. But it is a tax cut because in the absence of doing it, they will be paying more tax under Labour. We've clarified that point, and our viewers are smart people. They know that taxes are at a record high in this country. Our viewers are smart people, and they listen carefully.
That's a separate point. Please don't raise that. Please don't raise that we can't be trusted with actually giving people lower taxes. That's crazy.
They watch what politicians have been up to, and they've been watching also your policies. So let's have a look at some of the things that you've announced, because you've announced quite a lot of spending, which is a bit topsy-turvy in this election. Labour are saying they won't spend much. You're saying you'll spend loads. That child benefit charge, 1.3 billion.
That's not true. Labour have said they're going to build loads of prisons. Brilliant. Thanks.
And again, this conspiracy of silence that the guy from the IFS was talking about all the time, saying, well, you haven't got any money to spend because you both signed up to this fiscal rule of debt falling as a percentage of GDP by a certain period. And if you want to hit that target based on current projections, you're going to have to find £20 billion of public sector cuts, or as Stephen Flynn would call it with rolled R's, lots of them for you there to do an impression of Kev, should you wish to do so, for public sector cuts. There
are no R's there. What?
Sector.
Public sector cuts. Yeah.
Exactly. There are all these public sector cuts. Is that they won't talk about it because they are just bullshitting. They're completely bullshitting. And then on top of that, they want to spend a bunch of this money on what's been talked about here as well. And Labour keep talking about all this money we're going to be spending on prisons, which first is going to come from fiscal expansion because it's capital investment. But even then, they'll talk about all these extra police officers they're going to hire, all these new units for dealing with sexual assault cases, for example. And I'm like, why is nobody questioning where you're going to find the money when it's not like the handouts for the people who they deem to be unworthy, like for the two-child benefit cap, for example?
That was the thing during the 7-way debate. The fucking thing that infuriated me, when they started off talking about defence spending, and they all went, "Yeah, we're going to spend 200 gazillion quid on nuclear weapons." The moderators just didn't question that. And then every other spending commitment that any fucker made about like schools or hospitals or whatever, oh, where are you finding the money for that from? Where are you getting the money for that from? Has that been costed? The magic money tree, everybody. It moves in mysterious and always very right-wing ways.
That's what's frustrating. Obviously, my rant today was about people not taking the Green Party policy seriously because they fall outside the Overton window, so we're liable to get mocked for it. But what's interesting as well is that a bunch of the big spending commitments the Greens have put forward is money invested in the NHS and into social care. And, of course, fair enough, they want to do like more spending on doctors' pay, for example, which is a good thing. That will involve taxation because that's day-to-day spending. But when it's capital investment, you can borrow for that. It's capital investment in assets for the state, which you can take away as an asset from the overall debt burden because you've gained a valuable thing that you've added to the national assets owned by the public sector. So you can do that with fiscal expansion. You can borrow for that. So essentially, the fact that they've had to talk about doing a wealth tax and doing a capital gains tax increase isn't necessarily to fund the policy, because it's coming from borrowing, most of these things, is to make it look like they've balanced the books, household budget style, to meet this stupid dance that our journalist sphere makes us do for no fucking reason. Again, because as people will criticize me in my chat and in my comment section for implying that taxation funds government spending, and you're right, it doesn't fund government spending. All government spending comes from newly generated money, and taxation is a way of taking that money out of the economy to cool inflation. You're absolutely right. That's 100% the case. But when it talks about this funding for policies thing, I'm only talking about it in this fashion because that's how parties have to present their policies to make themselves look electable. So even under that heuristic, under that method for describing a policy, the Greens are doing fine. And people still call their plans crackpot or wild and wonderful, as weird and wonderful is what Krishnan Guru Murthy called it, or student politics, the fucking briefcase wankers on Twitter call it. I'm like, no, it's not only is it a costed policy, again, it's capital investment policy doesn't even need to fucking come from taxable receipts. This dance is so stupid, and I'm continually having it with people who really don't know a fucking thing about macroeconomics as well. It's really, really tilting.
Yeah.
The triple lot plus you've just mentioned, 2.4 billion, 2.5 billion for your national service plans.
Yeah.
And you say it's all going to come from cracking down on tax avoidance.
Yeah.
Well, when Labour comes out with that as a way of spending things, the Tories say, oh, you're leaving a black hole. You never get that amount of money back.
Well, compare our record. There's something called the tax gap, which is the difference in what we should be bringing in through tax and what we actually do.
And
under
you did
Labour,
lots of work on it at the Treasury.
But the point is,
you've been in power.
So under
why have you not been trying to get this tax before 14 fucking years? What the hell have you been doing this whole time?
Destroying things.
True. Oh, but Rory Stewart says that Conservatives don't like destroying things. They're not evil. Oh.
Yeah, but Rory Stewart is a twat.
True.
Was up around 7+%. Under ourselves, it was down at about 4-point-something%. So the evidence is we are much better at doing this. Now, you're right. Labour are saying they'll get
14 years.
Labour are saying they'll get 5 billion, so we're saying 6. So we're in a similar ballpark, but we have the track record to deliver. And all of those.
No, you don't. You have the opposite.
No, you don't.
Just shown there, Laura.
Like the fact that you are the ones who've been in government that's allowed the gap between taxable amounts and how much is actually taxed. Like, it's under your watch that this gap has been created. You literally have the opposite point. No, you are the ones who've caused this tax gap. You have shitty record on this, which is why people want you fucking gone.
True. By the way, if someone wants to be very generous in chat, Ripshaft is in ad hell. You can save them. You can. And you can do so on No Justice's channel as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Gifted subs, memberships, bits, super chats. All welcome for you to. I'm not going to do the whole shill because I'm lazy. But you can do all of those things if you really want to.
You can.
At 6+ billion in 2029.
But if you're so great at cracking down on tax avoidance and getting money back for hard-working people, why haven't you done it already?
Well, we have been doing it, and there's more that we can do. So, for example, in my area of welfare, we've saved £7.7 billion over measures that we brought in over this Parliament. we cut.
Yeah, I don't want you to
fraud
take
and
money
error
away
within the
from
welfare
people who are fucking poor. I don't want you to take money away from people who are disabled. I don't want you to take money away from people who are too sick to work because of your fucking messing up of the NHS. I want you to take money away from rich people who have far too much money already at a time in which wealth inequality has never been worse and we have more billionaires than we've ever had. And your response to why haven't you been tacking down on tax avoidance amongst the super rich is, well, we've been taking money away from disabled people. Fuck you, massive prick.
Yeah,
Sorry, I'm
is
not.
that is pretty evil. Yeah.
No, these people, I fucking hate these bastards, hate these absolute stone cold wankers. I don't know if that's like a bland opinion, just to call these people cunts, but like, no, fuck it. I'm at my wit's end with these kind of people. When you ask them about something really important like taxing the rich, and they go, "Well, we've killed disabled people," as if that's somehow like a proud, like.
Yeah, the fact that they're not ashamed of that, the fact that they're happy to come out there as if that's a good thing that people should vote for them about, like, fuck you. Actually, go fuck yourself.
Like, it's not high level political analysis, but this guy is just a fucking scumbag. They're scum, like literal, actual scum. These people, like, I hold them in total contempt. I do not recognise their humanity. They're rodents to me. They're slugs. They're vermin. That's all they will ever be to me when you say things like this.
System within benefits by about 10% last year, and we can go still
and next
further.
Time,
so
right?
bring legislation in.
And next time, I'll tell you what I really think.
Yes.
Legislation in to give DWP the same kind of powers to clamp down on avoidance and evasion and benefit fraud that HMRC had, for example. So those things will have a significant impact.
You mentioned there, though, changes that you would like to make to welfare, and you are announcing this morning some extra money for talking therapies to help people get back to work, and you're also re-emphasising a lot of other changes that you want to make to the welfare system. But where's the evidence that these changes will save anything like the £12 billion that you claim it will? Because if you look at the lines and the graphs of welfare payments and the numbers of welfare claimants under your time in charge as successive Conservative administrations, the lines go one way. They go up and up and up. So where's the evidence what you're announcing now will make a
up and
bit
up
of difference?
and up is not sustainable, and that's something we're going to deal with, and that's the point. So if you...
But you've had 14 years and it hasn't. Like, you haven't dealt with it. Ugh, you're a clown. An evil clown.
You held the case load for those of working age who are getting some kind of health and disability element to their benefits. That's a cost at the moment of £69 billion.
It's enormous.
That is forecast. Well, that's forecast to rise to 90 billion, and that's a clear number there. 90 billion. It's a 21 billion increase. If we just held the level of the caseload, it would actually be 14 billion less than the forecast. If we got the caseload back to where it was pre-pandemic, it would be about 34 billion lower than the forecast. We're saying 12 billion lower than the forecast in 5 years' time is eminently achievable with the reforms that we're bringing in. You mentioned the additional mental health support, because a lot the issue here is young people.
Camera, just a random bit of camera that just appeared on the screen. This is I want to hear no fucking complaints about the technical quality of my streams ever again.
So let's talk about this. The reforms that we've brought in. Yeah, the Reform UK party are going to be brought in to replace
you. Particular with mental health problems. So over 500,000 additional talking therapies in the NHS, mental health and welfare hubs across the country, 150 of those, a mental health team for every single primary, secondary and further educational college in the country. Those are things that can move the dial. And one of the big reforms that I've brought in is to change the gateway into some of these benefits. The work capability assessment that the OBR says already will mean 440,000, almost 500,000 fewer people on those long-term benefits as a result of our reforms.
But that's not because they don't deserve that benefit. That's because you're cunts who don't want to give them the money.
This is genuinely fucking demonic. Genuinely demonic.
Cool.
All these people would have got help for their disability, but now that we subcontract that, now we've gotten rid of trying to get them to a position where we could get them on those particular benefits. Now they don't get anything, they don't get anything at all, and they're more likely to die. Well done. Turns out, right, how about we raise interest rates and kill all the poor was literally not, it wasn't a meme, wasn't a joke from David Mitchell. That's just been Conservative policy.
That is just the thing they're going to do now, yeah. Again, they're so evil that it's difficult to satirise them. It's difficult to think of a thing that's so evil they wouldn't do it.
Yeah,
Poor
yeah.
people, you know.
The public
That's what
expects and
you
the
hope
taxpayer
for.
expects a sustainable system. It has to be fair to those that need support, but
and it isn't. It demonstrably is not.
You have made it
We're
less fair.
investigated by international authorities for
Violations.
human rights.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, that happened on your watch, mate.
I mean, literally, I think disabled groups have come out and saying that it's been like a like an existential crisis, like a total crisis and humanitarian catastrophe for disabled people in this country because of the cuts. And you wanna cut them further. Again, these people are fucking vermin. Like, again, I do not recognise their humanity. They are subhuman to me. I just don't know how much more I can say about how disgusting I find
Can you
these
stop
people.
sitting on the fucking fence? Can you give us an opinion?
Right?
What's going on here? Fucking shitlib over here, both sides in it. Jesus.
equally it must be fair to the taxpayer, and it must be sustainable if the public are going to have confidence in our welfare
And I'm sure
system.
that welfare will be an issue that we'll come back to later in the campaign.
Yeah.
We've been listening very carefully to you this morning. Some of your colleagues, though, are feeling very despondent, and some Conservative candidates I've been speaking to.
Don't worry, we've got speaking therapies for them now. It'll be fine.
In the last few days feel very, very bleak about the prospect, not least because of the Prime Minister's decision to leave the D-Day commemorations. And I have to say to you, some of our viewers just could not believe this.
I can't believe it. Every time it gets said, I keep thinking, the Prime Minister did what? What? It's so incomprehensible. It doesn't make fucking sense.
It doesn't.
It feels like a line from a nonsense poem or something. It's just gibberish.
It's like
Diane Lim.
I tell you what it is. It's literally like something from the thick of it.
It really is. Armando Iannucci's got his head in his hands, thinking, the script I've written is shit by comparison.
Yeah,
I can't look. It's not
dead.
no one's going to laugh at this because it's nowhere near as funny as the actual reality of the world we live in now.
True. Also, but to be fair, Armando Iannucci is flying high on enabling all of this stuff, and then crying about how bad child poverty is in this country, like he didn't get exactly what he wanted.
Okay, Jesus, is he vermin as well? Is he?
I mean, no, he's not vermin. He's just an idiot. He's just a fucking, oh, well, I can't vote Labour because of Brexit, and therefore we ended up with all of these dead children. So I mean, at the end of the day, you had a choice. You had a choice between.
Oh, that's savage. Oh, that's brutal.
Well, he had a choice. He had a choice between.
Banged his hands behind him and then fucking bullet at the base of the neck. That
Absolutely.
was fucking.
Yes, true. I went full IDF.
You really did. You buried him outside a hospital. It's amazing.
Well, it's at the end of the day, he tweeted loads of things about child poverty up to 2014. 2015 happened. He posted about child poverty once to attack Corbyn for some reason. 2019 happens, election loss, immediately tweets about child poverty all of the time once Boris Johnson is in power. He just immediately forgot that child poverty was a problem between the moment that Jeremy Corbyn was elected leader and Brexit happened until Boris Johnson became Prime Minister. These people are charlatans. Again, these people are total charlatans because Brexit for a brief moment they found a political thing worth caring about, and it was whether or not that they got visa-free travel to their cottage in the south of France. That really affected them, so they cared a lot. Their performative sadness over the real issues of child poverty and of the plight of working people in this country took a back burner to all of that, and they forgot about it until the nasty Brexit man was Prime Minister, but the nasty Brexit jam man was gone forever, and suddenly sensible Mr. Haircut had come along, who wants to keep hard Brexit, by the way. Keir Starmer does, after all this.
Make Brexit work. Make Brexit work.
Yeah, exactly. He wants to make Brexit work, it's true, and enabled hard Brexit to happen, and now they've just forgotten because he has the good vibes, and now they want to talk about how bad child poverty is again. Yeah,
but have you considered the vibes are pretty good? So, checkmate.
Told us the offence caused to veterans was real and unnecessary, but the total disregard for his responsibility to the country was exposed in his apology. I returned home before the international leaders event.
Also, I love his the nonsense of let's not politicise this. I'm just the Prime Minister that didn't go to an event. That's all. I'm just the Prime Minister in the middle of an election campaign. Can we not do politics now, please? Actually. What the fuck are you talking? Literally, if this issue at this moment cannot be politicised, then politics literally doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
It isn't a thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Is your campaign going as planned?
So on the specific point of D-Day, the Prime Minister has not run away from this. He
did run away from it. That was the problem. You've fucked that up, mate. You've literally bollocksed it right up at the start. Fantastic.
Put his hands up. He has recognised a mistake and he has apologised unequivocally. Actually, he uses the words, "I am sorry." He feels it very deeply. And I know that because I know him quite well, and I know how patriotic he was. He, of course, attended the events in Portsmouth. He attended the British-led events in Normandy, but he did not attend the...
He had to be forced to, but yes, he did technically turn up to that one. Okay.
It's a national event in Normandy, and he accepts that's a mistake.
How he could have made that
but
judgment.
Can I
That's the thing. It doesn't make sense. How nobody in his team went, don't be a wanker. What the fuck are you talking about? You're not going to go to the thing. Like, you know, Biden's 900 years old and he's flown here. Like, you could fucking swim there, mate. Behave yourself, will ya? Fucking hell. It's just balmy.
Yeah.
Just to go on, because I think this is really important, because it goes to the character of the Prime Minister. This is a man who did stand up for us.
Even the German turned up, and he's there celebrating an L. Like,
yeah, he's there commemorating the loss.
Like, yeah, like I bet you would. As a world leader, you would have a dig, wouldn't you? Oh, you're right, Olaf. Here to celebrate another fat owl, are you, mate? That's how you getting on? Yeah. Like you would, you absolutely would. And you know what? I'd respect it. It's not great decorum, but it's fucking excellent shitposting.
As Chancellor during COVID, because he cared about people's living standards, protecting jobs, their livelihoods, and so on. We've got inflation down because he cares, and cost of living payments and so on, about people's welfare under those conditions. And as it comes to veterans, he has had in his cabinet Johnny Mercer as a representative of...
He employed one of them. So, look, he doesn't hate veterans. Some of his cabinet members are veterans.
Well, it's very funny. He doesn't like veterans enough to let their military... to let their military warrant cards be valid ID at the polling booth, as Johnny Mercer fucking found out.
Yeah, that's true. He hasn't done anything about the homelessness crisis amongst veterans or anything like that. No.
Oh, he has done. No, Kevin, don't say that. He's done plenty about the homeless crisis for veterans. He's made it fucking worse.
Yeah, no. To be fair, that is the one growth industry in the UK is homelessness. Yeah, fact.
Yeah.
We are the leading providers of homeless people in Europe. You're very welcome, world.
Veterans right at the highest level.
That's the Brexit we voted for, people. Yes.
And we are now going to be bringing in legislation to enshrine the kind of support that we're giving veterans on health, on housing and welfare, for example. And all of that is happening because he cares deeply about those issues.
Okay, Mel Stride, Work and Pensions Secretary. It's been great to have you with us in the studio for the first time this morning. Thanks so much indeed for your time. And remember, you can let us know what you think as ever. You can email kunsberg@bbc.co.uk, or if you're social media inclined, you can use the hashtag BBC Laura Kay, and you can watch what's happening on the website as the day unfolds. The headlines will be there, and of course the latest.
Why do they make her walk across wooden floors with clumpy shoes every week? It's so silly.
Like they put this ident up so that you can't see her walking back to this.
Exactly, but I can fucking hear her like an elephant.
Yeah, exactly. It's just like, you've not thought this through, have you?
No. Either don't get her to walk places, or have her wear slippers. Or well, not slippers, but like, you know, slip-on shoes. Yeah. Not like a big fucking pair of like bunny slippers. That would be hilarious.
I absolutely would. Early Sunday morning when they film this shit, I would absolutely turn up with just like big Shrek slippers or something. They have this like weird face like leering at the camera.
Exactly. Like I've got, look, I'm not wearing proper shoes today. I went out on the lash last night. I am fucking hanging, all right? I've got my slippers on. I've got my gym jams. Let's fucking interview.
This news on that sad discovery in Greece of the body of the TV presenter, Dr. Michael Mosley. Now then, Amber, you know what it's like to be a politician in a sticky moment.
I do.
Do you remember when you were Home Secretary for 5 minutes and you got kicked out because you're a shithouse who lied to everyone? Do you remember? Do you remember that, Amber?
Or when the public laughed at you when you said that we should judge you on your record.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, that was our greatest hour. True.
Do you think Mel Stride and his colleagues will be able to pull things round? Because things do look very bleak for the Conservatives, don't they?
They do look very difficult. And I think that Mel handled that incredibly well. It's been a very difficult few weeks. And there's only one thing I do agree with Nigel about, which is that you just have to look at the polls. It's clearly going to be a Labour victory. And I think that a lot of Conservatives and Conservative voters are saying we need a strong opposition. Don't let them have a landslide. Make sure there's a strong opposition and we can be the ones to
Again, I think even that's beyond the pale. I don't think you can even achieve that at this point. It's gone so bad. Like the peak of this campaign for the Tories is literally drowned little boy in Downing Street announcing it as Steve Bray flexes on him with a boombox. That might be the high point.
I mean, I broadly, I think I'm going to say this for first and last, I broadly agree with Amber Rudd. Having a strong opposition is actually important. It's good for democracy to have a strong government and a strong opposition. But it turns out, unfortunately, you don't get to have a strong opposition when the singular party capable of forming one at this point is universally despised and has an ideology that's been shat through the fan and is completely without merit at all in the public's eyes.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Like, yeah, we need a strong opposition, but I mean, you've made it impossible for that to happen this time. That's on you.
Yep.
do that. So vote for the Conservative candidate you know.
But that's interesting you say that because you were in the cabinet during that huge terror.
Well, to be fair, outside of either a hung parliament or a small majority, neither of which is going to happen, the best result we can hope for is that the Lib Dems become the opposition, and then at least there's less pressure from the right on the Labour Party.
Yeah,
they're not going to become like revolutionary socialists or anything, but some of the more excessive bullshit that they'd engage in if they had to face whoever leads the Tory party after this, PMQs every week instead of Ed Davey with his fucking pointless liberal bullshit. Like, that's better, I think, than having the Tories there, even if regardless it's going to be a very weak opposition.
But it's almost certainly, as I've mentioned this on stream before, that if Ed Davey is the leader of the opposition, you better fucking believe that he's not going to be talking about why Labour haven't fixed child poverty or anything. He's going to be talking about, oh, well, Labour have increased the debt to GDP ratio slightly, so, look, you can't trust them with the economy. And I'm just like, you have the one chance to shift the dynamic of the conversation leftward in this country by attacking them from the left, which they've done throughout this general election campaign. When they feel like they need to be a serious party, like, as they be, quote-unquote, acting like adults in the room, unquote, when they're leader of the opposition, you better believe they're going to start pandering towards fucking Middle England voters by talking about how high the debt is.
We saw what these cunts did as soon as they got the opportunity in the coalition government.
Yep.
They literally fed poor people and disabled people into the mincing machine for a 5p bag tax. They're fucking garbage.
Yeah, exactly. Fuck them kids. Basically, was their policy.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, well, we got a ministerial car, and Nick Clegg and David Cameron got to give each other a hand shandy in the fucking Rose Garden. Brilliant.
Around time in 2017 when things completely changed in the course of a few weeks, but you'd think that is just not possible.
It doesn't feel like that. I mean, it feels like that. The 2017, when you're absolutely right, we went from something like 17 points ahead down to neck and neck. That was about the campaign. And the campaign that Labour are leading at the moment appears to be very strong. There's one other thing I would say, having listened to the interview with Nigel Farage, is that in politics, it is very easy to make announcements. It is all about the delivery. And Nigel Farage goes around making these extraordinary announcements, and he has no idea how to deliver. And the example...
To be fair, that's Brexit all over. Just make up any old claim. It doesn't matter. You're not the ones going to have to implement it. 600 squillion for the NHS on the side of a bus. Let's go.
And Nigel Farage has always been somebody on the outside of politics trying to tell people on the inside of politics how to do the inside of politics, which I find quite funny. Zeod asks in chat, by the way, if they didn't do the coalition, would it have been a Labour-led Rainbow one, or was a rerun election, was it? I mean, there either could have been a Labour Rainbow coalition or just a Labour minority government asking for confidence and supply from people on policy per policy, which I think would have been fine. Like, not like, I mean, they might have fought on a bunch of like the cuts they wanted to do, because Gordon Brown did have cuts in his manifesto, but I think broadly, like, the Liberal Democrats and the Greens and the SDLP and Plaid Cymru and the SNP would all have been very happy giving confidence and supply to a bunch of kind of milk toast post-crisis policies in a continuation as such. But it would have been, I think, a minority Labour government probably could have survived. But then, of course, what would also could have happened theoretically is there might not have been a Labour minority government. There might have been a Tory minority government, which would then might have collapsed very quickly because they wouldn't be able to get a Queen's speech through if the Queen at that point had asked them to form the government in the case of no coalition. And in that case, almost certainly would have been a rerun election. If the Tories ran on, all the other parties were obstructing this from government, a rerun election probably would have put them into a closer to majority territory. So I don't know what would have happened.
It depends. It's all hypothetical history, alternative history, but it depends. Let's say that government had come in and last 3 months. If they do bad things during those 3 months, either Brown or whoever led Labour Party at that point could turn around and say, see, the Tories haven't changed, they're a bunch of wankers, and might have been able to cobble together some kind of coalition after that second election. It's again alternative history and stuff, but like the Lib Dems shouldn't have, and I said this at the time, they shouldn't have sold out their largely left-wing anti-Iraq war, anti-austerity voters for a 5p bag tax and a fucking alternative vote election that was never going to get passed. Look, they sold so much down the river for so little return and fucked themselves. And Nick Clegg, honestly, if it weren't for terms of service, I would say some things about Nick Clegg. But terms of service are there. So I'll just say, I don't like Nick Clegg.
I mean, if you want to get that out of your system, I recommend watching him losing his seat, staring at the floor very sad. It is incredibly cathartic.
Well, I regularly masturbate to it, yes.
It's true, absolutely.
It's one of the sexiest things that's happened in modern times, yeah.
An example of that I would give is that the whole Brexit campaign was about immigration. Vote for Brexit so we can curtail immigration. On and on it went.
Yeah, I said during the Brexit referendum debates, stop talking about economics. We know that's not the important point for the fucking, because the Leave side don't have an economic argument, but the people voting for this don't give a fuck about the economics. Tell them how they don't care about the potential for the economic ruination, because you're essentially telling people who have nothing, no stake in the current system, to vote for the status quo. They're not going to do that. Stop doing the fucking, in a change election, stop trying to be the continuity candidate. It's ridiculous. And Nigel Farage just went, "Oh, mystery box, let's go." And people went, "Fuck it, yeah. How can mystery box be worse than the current situation?"
And actually, immigration has continued to increase 8 years after we voted. It's not about making policy statements, it's about delivery. And that's why people need to vote for MPs who can actually do that or hold the people giving delivery to account.
Just before I bring Matt in, I just want to check, are you going to vote Conservative?
Absolutely. I always vote Conservative, but particularly because I have a very good local MP who I want to make sure, who's Conservative, is re-elected to hold the Labour government to account.
I just thought I had to check.
And so I've got a voice for Centrica in government.
Woo! Well, to be fair, that's also if the Labour Party get in, so it's.
I mean, that is also true, yeah. But I mean, at the very least, she wants to know she has the contacts for Centrica. Again, just want to make it very clear to people: she is one of the directors on the board of directors at Centrica, the gas company that was given loads of public money during the energy crisis to protect their profits rather than cut bills. I hope you all know that.
Okay, but like the Tory client journalist isn't going to ask that question. They're not going to raise anything. They didn't even ask the look. She literally pointed out, "Oh, so you bought Boris Johnson," and just accepted that as if that's a normal thing to do. So she's not going to ask about a private company employing a person. No, it'd be crazy.
I won't be voting Conservative.
There we go. That's a big scoop. Headline: Union boss won't be voting Tory. Matt,
Not a boss. He's a leader. Fucking hell.
Union baron. With his foot on the neck of John Bull.
Union overlord. Union king. What other ridiculous names?
The Union Beelzebub stalking over Britannia.
How about, because like it's so tilting, because again, These people are elected. They are elected representatives for their
Whereas the
unions.
guy she literally said, you bought and paid for Boris Johnson, is just, oh, he's a business leader, entrepreneur, wealth creator.
Such crazy framing.
It's wild.
Yeah, it seems a certain inevitability to it that Labour will win, and the question of how big that majority will be. But I don't think we should judge until, as people said earlier, until people have voted. So a lot can happen in the next few weeks.
So then on what Labour is putting forward. So I know you've sworn to secrecy about the actual manifesto, but we do know that one of your union colleagues, Sharon Graham, the leader of Unite, didn't endorse the manifesto. And it's fair to say not everybody on the left flank of the Labour Party is, you know, cock-a-hoop about everything.
The Labour Party doesn't have a left flank. They
Not
don't
anymore.
exist anymore. That's not a thing. Literally, I mean, even fucking Diane Abbott, they had to be like shamed nationally for days just to allow her to stand.
I think it's worth pointing out as well, like, just how much people kicking off and attacking Labour, like, viscerally attacking Labour in the press, getting time to talk about it, posting about it, making it the discourse of the day. That was so important to get them to U-turn on Diane Abbott. Because if they hadn't kicked up a fuss, if we hadn't made it the story for days and days and days, they would have done it to more people. They would have done it to Dawn. They would have done it to Dawn Butler. They would have done it to John McDonnell. They would have done it to Absana Begum and Olivia Blake and all of these. They would have done it to everybody they possibly could have done, unless we made them out to be disgusting monsters in the press, because they absolutely are disgusting monsters, and they should have been held account for it.
Yeah.
Thing that Keir Starmer is planning to do. So what's your assessment?
Well, I'm from the left wing of the Labour Party, and look, I'm going to respect the manifesto process. We're sworn to secrecy. That will be published in due course. I suppose I'm less. To me, it's the point Amber made about delivery. I think what's published in the manifesto is clearly very important, and there has been a debate around that, and there will be an ongoing debate. I think one of the things that we've said as trade unions is we will be, after an election, making sure that Labour delivers on the elements that we're particularly interested in, which is around workers' rights, trade union rights, and so on. And we know there will be a debate around that, and there'll be pressure from other forces, media, business interests, and so on. That's inevitable. Our job as trade unionists is to make sure that we put our case on behalf of 6 million trade unionists as a whole, and on behalf of the Labour-affiliated unions in particular.
It's so bad that we've only got 6 million trade union members in a nation. That's what, less than 10% of the population.
Like, even I think what's crazy is even after the kind of the new resurgence of trade unionism in this country, the rail strikes, the nurses strikes, the doctors strikes,
the demonstrable benefits of being a trade union member shown right to your fucking face every day.
And it still dropped. It was still dropping even after that. Like, barristers went on strike. I remember the P&O ferries debacle. We absolutely needed to have a real big resurgence of trade unionism and young people joining. Like 9% of under 25s in this country are members of a trade union. That's pathetic, right? And actually, I should do a segment. I should really talk about this on my YouTube channel. It's a shame my camera's died and it won't charge for some reason, which is really tilting, because I really want to put a clip on TikTok, try and get it to go viral. Look, we're all sick of Labour. We're all sick of the Labour Party. We think that they're terrible. And sure, you can vote however you want. I would tell you to vote Green come the election. But politics does not stop when the election is over. It's not time. We don't go back to brunch after we elect Keir Starmer, for example. There is fighting to be done on the ground, in the Commons, to direct policy within the way in which we discuss politics after the election is over, because there will be more things that we have to talk about later. And the best way, the absolute best way that you can get engaged politically is by joining a fucking trade union. Join a trade union, direct policy, protect yourself at work, have access to trade union benefits, and be part of a movement. You can get access to credit unions. You can access to loads of other things that you can do amongst your membership.
Legal representation as well,
legal representation in disciplinary meetings at work, loads of things that you can do, even if you don't have like a collective bargaining agreement, which is of course like the gold standard of union membership. Tell your friends to join you, tell your workmates to join a trade union, so that you can go towards those things that would protect you at work, even if the government is hostile to good deals for working people. Because if you have a trade union bargaining agreement, unless they destroy trade unions as a concept, you can protect yourself regardless. And this is really important because, you know, we all think the Labour government's going to suck, and it will suck. So you have to protect yourself, and the government won't protect you. And you can't do that on your own. You have to do it collectively. And so one thing that will help you is to join a trade union. Because, again, 9% of under 25s are trade union members. And that is why we are continually getting fucked over by governments, because we don't stand together and demand change.
Exactly, yeah. And trade unions are consistently one of the few bulwarks against the overweening power of capital. Consistently in every country, they're one of the few forces that through thick and thin fight the good fight on your fucking behalf. They're honestly a godsend.
And for Keir Starmer if he manages to win.
No, and I don't think he expects that, with all due respect.
John, listening to Nigel Farage and Mel Stride this morning, what went through your mind?
Oh gosh, have we got all day? I think, first of all, I think a lot of what Nigel Farage says really hits the spot. I think he's a great orator. Whether he's an operator or not and can deliver, that's another matter. But with the Reform Party, I've got two major problems. One is that they are, I think climate deniers is maybe too strong.
Why is that too strong? They literally are climate deniers. They literally think that there's nothing we can do about it.
Yeah, Richard Tice engaged in climate denial on Question Time. Like, there's a really great moment where he literally does climate denial live on camera, and Carla Denio rolls her eyes when he says it. It's very funny.
Yeah.
But they're very much about oil and gas, and that's going to be catastrophic for the future. And the second point is...
Centrikovich is going to be up in arms. What's going on with that?
That Nigel himself is a big Trump supporter, and I can't sort of see any way of supporting somebody that supports somebody who I view to be immoral, unethical, and of course now proven criminal.
Exactly, but it's look, he's too obvious with his corruption. He's exactly like me, except he got caught, and that's too much.
Well, at the end of the day, right? You know, if you're a business owner who wants to have links to government to benefit yourself financially, you want your government to be as legitimate as possible. You want your government to be involved, to be as electorally powerful by appealing to loads of people. So trying to get in bed with somebody who's like outwardly as fucking toxic as somebody like Farage is not what you want. What you want is somebody who is very, very inoffensive, who does what you want when it comes to things like fiscal policy. You know who's exactly like that? Oh, it's Rachel Reeves and Keir Starmer, isn't it?
Yes, Keith, yeah.
Like, no boats rocking in sight.
Yeah, or no small boats either, eh? Yeah, this motherfucker, I hate business people like this. Like there's ever been a billionaire who earned their money honestly and ethically. That's not possible. You can't earn £1 billion that way. You have to fuck over people and do illegal shit constantly.
Or you have to extract people's surplus labour value. Like, it's the basis of
billion,
capital relations.
$1 billion quid's worth, at least, yeah. Mad.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, literally, any profit that you make is profit stolen of workers' wages.
Exactly. I mean, in that fucking "Is Britain a Dump" video thing, where he's going on about wages have been flat. If they continue to grow, blah blah blah, and he showed the graph, and I'm sure all of those numbers are absolutely true. But I just wanted to scream at him like, motherfucker, where has that difference gone? That gap between actual wage growth and where it should be, that money hasn't disappeared. Productivity has continued to fucking grow. Where has it gone? It's gone into pockets of this fucking wanker and his mates. That's where.
Yep.
Oh,
Exactly.
and again, lack of material analysis. It's just like, oh, well, if wages just increase a bit, it'll be fine. No, they're still stealing your fucking money.
Yeah, you need to grow the economy. Just press the big
grow the
growth
cake.
button.
Grow the cake.
That's it. Because at the end of the day, right, there are consequences when you get rid of trade union bargaining rights and you engage in supply-side labour market reform. Yeah, people's wages go down if they can't bargain for them. It's as simple as that.
Yep.
So that bothers me. In terms of politicians in general, the problem is they sort of electioneer with the public by almost rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic. You know, and somebody needs to grab a plate and fix the leak. And
okay. But who made us into the Titanic, mate? You literally wanted Boris Johnson, you prat. Like, You're the neoliberal that made us into the Titanic.
Leak is very, very simple. The leak is that we have to grow GDP per capita. We have to grow people's income and at the same time support the environment. And that's why I launched Cordwell Strong Britain, which is a whole range of points of how to do that.
And you think that that is the opportunity that they're all missing?
Capitalism.
Interesting. So you're a tough judge there, John, in the corner on all the parties. We've got another political party left to go, the SNP. So maybe we'll see if you give them any decent marks. But we're first of all going to take a look at the overall picture, because everything that's going on at the moment is about trying to influence what you will do in the privacy of the polling booth in 25 days' time. And Professor John Curtis, the nation's favourite number cruncher, is keeping an eye on.
Hey, they're going back to the crypt.
60 seconds on Sunday.
Let's go.
Movement at last, but not in the direction the Conservatives were hoping. Every poll conducted since Monday's dramatic announcement that Nigel Farage was to return as Reform's leader has recorded a rise in Reform support, on average by 3 points. And every single poll has recorded a fall in Conservative support, on average by 2 points. Now, as many as 1 in 4 2019 Tory voters are saying they will back Reform, up from 1 in 5 last week. Meanwhile, at least 3 in 5 Tory voters disapprove of Mr. Sunak's decision to leave the D-Day commemorations early. But it is too early to be sure whether that row has done further damage to the Conservatives' poll rating. But one bright spot for Mr. Sunak is that Labour support has fallen back a bit too, reversing progress they made.
A whole percent. A whole percent.
Wow, they might only get a 243 seat majority now.
Earlier in the campaign.
John Curtis, well, a 21-point lead in the polls is not to be sniffed at for the Labour Party.
Yeah, but it was 22%, so checkmate.
Oh, so there's a poll that's just been put out now from today from Delta Poll, which shows Labour 25 points ahead, with Tories only on 21%.
That's a quarter of the total electorate. That's mental.
Yeah. I was looking back at the polling from the 97 election, because I'm a UK political commentator. Therefore, I live entirely through the world of the 1997 election. But in those polls, I think the lowest of any poll the Tories ever got was 26%, as in terms of their vote share. Never got lower than 26%. Most had them around 29, 30, which is close to where they ended up, was like 32%.
Yeah.
Like, you look at the polls here, 21, 20, 24, 25, 22, 19, 20, 19, 22, 23, 19. I think they might, after this fucking D-Day moment, if this becomes central to the campaign, if that happened later in the campaign, it would have been super fucking for them, but it's happened far enough in that people will remember it when they go into the polling booth. I think they might end up on, like, less than 20% of the vote if Reform start making gains. That's mental. That's mental stuff. Do you remember, we only had 2 polls that had been done after the D-Day bit, which was this Delta poll and one from We Think, both showing the Tory on 21 and 20%. So I think that we'll see some more polls coming out the day from Monday, Tuesday, which will all be polling that's all being done after the D-Day thing, and it might there's going to be some funny reading, I bet you.
That's just John Curtis doing his thing now. It's just reporting on the election. It's fine. Perfectly normal. Anyway.
Yeah, Labour did fall off hard going into 97, whereas Labour are only increasing their lead in the polls as time goes on.
Yeah, again, not because they're popular or they're putting good policies forward, but because the Tories are literally leaving D-Day celebrations and stuff. Like, they're just wank.
Be coming on Thursday.
Honestly, I didn't think I'd live to see a worse campaign than 2017 Theresa May, but we are seeing that at the moment.
But today they're pushing forward some of their plans to increase prison places and cut back on re-offending. Well, Shabana Mahmood would be the Justice Secretary enacting those plans if you win the election.
But they just talked to the Tory. Why have they got another one?
I want to start, though, Shabana, with the comments that Nigel Farage made about Rishi Sunak not understanding our culture and his explanation of those remarks this morning. Mel Stride said he was very uncomfortable with what he had done there. What did you think listening to that?
Well, look, I think this is a classic Nigel Farage trick. Lean just enough to signal a bit of a dog whistle and then lean straight back and sound perfectly reasonable and say something good about the contribution that Commonwealth soldiers, I think.
Yeah, exactly. It's the classic Nazi technique, and he's very good at it.
Yep, literally. I mean, again, this is all the stuff that ContraPoints talked about in the All Right video.
Yep.
Made towards the war effort. We can all see exactly what Nigel Farage is doing. He's got form. It's completely unacceptable. This is a man that has a track record of seeking to divide communities. He just wants to do it with a veneer of respectability whilst he's at it.
Okay, well, it's interesting. It'll be interesting to see what happens with those remarks through the course of the day. Let's talk then about your brief of justice, courts, prisons and offending. Now, through the campaign, as viewers always do, also get in touch with us. People are also getting in touch with the BBC through Your Voice, Your Vote, where people can put forward their questions through the election. And we've had an interesting question from Chris Tebby in Nottingham, who's asked, without tax rises, how do the parties intend to address overcrowding in prisons? We know that it is a big, serious problem. So how would you address overcrowding in prisons if, as Labour repeatedly tells us, you're not planning a big tax?
Prison investment is capital investment. Therefore, it's fiscal expansion. You don't need to spend tax money. You can do it through borrowing. There you go. Question answered. Simple as that.
Do you think that's the answer she's going to give?
No, they're going to close the tax gap. They're going to
make efficiencies in the prison system.
Yeah, efficiency savings.
Tax rises.
Well, actually, part of the reason we've got overcrowding in our prisons is because the government has run out of space because they haven't delivered the...
Well, have they thought about making, you know, those little pod hotels you get in like Tokyo? Have they thought about making prisons like that? Like little beehives for prisoners? That would instantly, that would open up loads of space, wouldn't it?
Mm.
Actually, I shouldn't say that because they are right-wing enough. They would do that. Oh, fuck.
Full 20,000 prison places that they said they would do by next year. It's actually not a money problem in that respect. The money has already been allocated in the Ministry of Justice budget. It's actually a failure of the government because they've allowed the planning system to get in the way and they've allowed complaints from their members of parliament, backbenchers in particular, to stop any building in our country. So this is actually about the government having the will to get prisons built. On day one, we would designate prisons as being of national importance so that those decisions are ultimately made by ministers rather than the usual planning process.
If you become just...
And where do we think the middle-class wankers of Westminster are going to put those prisons? Do you think they're going to build them outside Ralph Fiennes' house? In the leafy suburbs of Surrey? No. It's going to be poor people areas again, as always.
Yeah, always.
I want them to be able to override NIMBYist shit if it's done fairly. But the problem is it won't be done fairly.
Only in Knightsbridge. We demolish Harrods and replace it with a massive prison.
Why demolish it? It's a perfectly good building.
True.
It's already sectioned up into different shopping sectors. All you need to do is put bars on the front of each one of them. Bingo.
There you go.
Massive prison right in the centre of London. Let's go.
Justice Secretary, then you could force communities around the country to accept a jail, prison being built or expanded in their community, whether they like it or not.
Well, we would always want to work with local authorities and local communities.
Just opened up my Twitter. Very first post is an independent article saying proportional representation would open the door to people like Nigel Farage. Oh, it turns out an electoral system where somebody who has votes gets seats because they've been voted for. Wow, I couldn't believe it. But
you're literally, you're just making anti-democracy arguments there. Like, if the British public vote for Nigel Farage, then they vote for Nigel Farage, and that should be represented in Parliament. Otherwise, what you have is not a representative Parliament. What you have is two parties that are exactly the fucking same that no one likes.
Exactly, maybe make some arguments to debunk what Nigel Farage says or offer an alternative into his policy prospectus. No, that's your fault. If people are voting for Nigel Farage because you suck, be better politicians.
Oh no, the people voted the way I don't like. They shouldn't have representation.
It is crazy.
An interesting argument for a pro-democracy person.
It is crazy just how often people will say from like the centre and from like the briefcase wing of the Labour Party, they'll say things like,
briefcase wing. Love it.
like,
Sorry.
they'll continually say things like, you can't tell the electorate that they're wrong because we said that they should have voted for us in 2019 and then they didn't. You can't say the electorate are wrong. We have to change to make it so that the electorate will like us again, because otherwise you're telling the electorate they were wrong not to vote for us in the first place. We have to change the party. Yet when it comes to things like people voting for Nigel Farage, or people like voting for Brexit, they say, oh, it was a scam. It was a sham referendum. It was a sham election. If Nigel Farage did really well, I'm like, well, no. Well, first of all, people are allowed to not like the European Union, for example. I have my doubts. I have my thing. They've got some pros and its cons, and broadly, on balance, I think it's better than worse. But regardless, people are allowed to dislike it. People are allowed to have an opinion different from yours, and are allowed to vote against it when given the choice. And they've made their choice, and you don't like it, so suck it up. I did. I sucked it up, and I wanted to get the best deal, and you've wanted to frustrate the process. So let's get on with that. And when they vote for Nigel Farage, it's your fault. You have not provided an alternative to it. The Liberals will always do this. It's happening in France. It's happened in Portugal. It's happened in Sweden. It's happening in Finland. It's happening in all of these other countries, like Austria, where the far right have been surging because fucking shitlibs have not offered a reasonable alternative to them, and they get mad at the electorate for not voting the way that they expect them to vote. And I'm like, when we do it, when they don't vote for the left, apparently it's our fault. But for them, it's the electorate's fault. It's a real kind of singular, double standard that they play here.
Yeah, exactly. Well, look, I just wanted to grill, and you voted a different way. So I'm just essentially going to ignore your vote because I'm democracy. Brilliant. Thanks, guys.
Of course,
but you just said you would take the power to make the decision yourself.
We would always want to work with local communities, and we would, of course, deal with.
Okay, so why does the minister need to be involved in this at all then? You can't have your cake and eat it. You either want to impose this from Westminster, or you want to work with local communities. That's the way it has to be.
Infrastructure issues that might be raised, transport links. It's in everyone's interest that the sites that are chosen for a prison building programme are suitable sites and ultimately successful sites as well. But I have a prison in Birmingham Ladywood constituency, so I know what it is to have a prison in your patch, and I consider these to be public assets that are necessary for public protection and in our national interest. And so when a site is suitable and we have made sure that the infrastructure and the transport is right, prisons are going to be built.
If you take over at the Ministry of Justice in a few weeks' time, though, you'll have an immediate problem of prisons being absolutely full to the brim. Now, the government has been trying to manage this by letting people out early. Would you continue that?
Well, look, I think actually the government needs to level with the public. We all know that prisons are running at either 98% capacity or 99% capacity.
So if you become Justice Secretary, as you hope...
It's a dereliction of duty that the government hasn't actually released all of the figures about their early release scheme. They've actually been doing that in secret. It would be irresponsible for me from opposition, without seeing the data about the number of offenders that have been released or having all of that information to help to make those decisions.
But hang on, this is a question of principle. The government has been dealing with intense overcrowding in prisons by letting some offenders out early. Would you stop that, or would you continue with it?
Well, the government has been doing that in secret without...
Yes, I mean, I don't want to defend Shabana Mahmood because she's a twat, but she literally just said, I haven't been given the information by government, so I can't really tell you how bad the problem is, and therefore my response to it as a potential minister is moot. Because I'm literally groping around in the dark at this point.
Very limited, incredibly limited,
Look, just repeating the question doesn't make me have access to the numbers, dickhead.
Releasing any of the data
my
about the
question
number.
is
let me address that point as well.
You want to be the Justice Secretary in 4 weeks.
No, and I will address the whole point, but I think it's important to recognise we've got a dereliction of duty from this Prime Minister.
And you've made that point, so I'd like you to answer the question for our viewers.
I can't rule anything in or out because it would be completely irresponsible from opposition without all of the information to hand to make a decision about what we may or may not continue. What I can say is we will be transparent, we will release those figures because we've been calling on the government to release those figures.
But Shabana Mahmood, can you just guess? Can you just guess what the problem is, please?
Whatever decision. At the end of the day, the problem, especially in the prisons, is capital investment. That's it. It's capex. That's the problem. It's a problem in the NHS. It's a problem in schools. It's a problem everywhere. The budgets have been slashed so much that money's been taken out of capex to put into making sure that we can run the day-to-day spending of these departments. Like we need capital investment, and the government have deliberately put it on the back burner. Remember, like the 400 schools cut down to 50 for capex renovations. The fucking rack concrete shit. That's happening across all government departments because huge cuts into service provision have had to take money away from capital investment to try and fix the shit that's already breaking that should have been fixed by the capital investment in the first place. Like, that's just basically a problem with everything. But yeah, Shabana is right that, unless she gets her hands on the books to know all the intricacies of where these things have come out, where all the policies have failed, like, she can't really give you a proper answer.
Yeah.
Is necessary in the national interest to get control of our prisons and to keep the public safe.
But you are not ruling out continuing early release.
It would be irresponsible to make those decisions from a position without all of the information.
It's so annoying. It's so annoying, the things she will and won't push back on.
Yeah.
They're just fucking useless. Worse than useless. A dangerous politician, quote-unquote journalist.
To hand, an incoming Labour government, if we're privileged enough to win, would have to lift that bonnet and see what horrors await.
But you have not ruled out continuing with early release, and you have committed also to publishing the numbers of doing that if you end up in that position.
We've been pressing the government to release those figures.
And you're committing to doing that if you
they've done it in secret. We will, of course, want to be open and transparent with the public about the scale of the crisis.
There's another interesting point of principle, because it used to be that politicians on both sides used to talk about wanting to get the prison population down. Our viewers will remember Ken Clarke, when he was in charge a long time ago, he used to talk about getting prison numbers down. On a point of principle, as somebody who wants to be in charge of the justice system, would you like the prison population to go up or down?
I think the prison population needs to reflect the number of offences that judges deem to be necessary for a custodial sentence. So it just has to track whatever is the need. We have to have enough prison places in the system. Of course, I want it to come down, because what I really want is for us to be a much more successful country at cutting reoffending. 80% of offenders in our country are actually reoffenders. We have a reoffending crisis that is actually exacerbating the capacity crisis that we have in our prison system. I would like us to be in a position where, as a society, we are creating better citizens out of people that go into our prison estate, rather than the better criminals that they're currently coming out as.
But you are saying you would continue with providing 20,000 extra places as the government does. And it's interesting because Keir Starmer used to say, and this is a direct quote from him, increasing prison places does not reduce crime.
Well, we need to increase the number of prison places because we have a capacity crisis. But alongside that, you do have to deal.
So is that Keir Starmer going back on yet another thing he used to believe?
I mean, but the issue, of course, is, if crime rates are high, you will need to have more prisons to put people in the prisons. I'm not necessarily denigrating Shabana Muma's position here, of this really very unfortunate freeze frame we've got her going here, but
that is adorable. Yes,
that is. Yeah, it's pretty bad for her. But at the end of the day, if people are committing crimes, you're going to need the prison places to put them in. And of course, we do want to bring down reoffending. That's also important as well. Tough on crime, tough on the causes of crime. It's not a problem. This isn't a bad issue. Of course, it's the issue, the real issue, of course, at the moment is there are people who do need to be in prison.
Yep.
There are people literally rapists and people who are
the
dangerous to society.
Part. Yeah.
Need to be in fucking prison. And at the moment, we have prisons full of people on fucking IPP sentences who have been there for a decade for stealing a fucking shoe. We need to have. There are plenty of non-violent criminals who should be released from prison for being there for no reason on IPPs, who should never be going to prison in the first place. You need people with the rehabilitation programs to try and get them out of the cycle, and also we should be fixing crime from the root source by tackling inequality, by tackling poverty, by tackling the breakdown of the social contract in our society, and that would bring down the prison population over time. But that doesn't happen immediately, and spare prison capacity is always useful, so we don't overcrowd our prisons, and we can distribute the prison population much better amongst prisons, so that we are better at rehabilitating them, better at getting them out of cyclical crime, get better at making sure that our prisons are better places for them to be, because even prisoners deserve not shit places to live. These are all reasonable reasons to build more prisons, but you cannot fix the problem with the level of offence in this country overnight. And
No.
until that time that you've taken to reduce poverty and reduce inequality happens, you will need more prisons, and that's fine. So I don't necessarily hate. I kind of hate the framing here. That suddenly you want to build prisons equals you want to be tough on crime, or you want to be, this draconian person throwing people in the slammer for no reason. But
also, we need to get rid of private prisons as well. Like that's
true.
It's just fucking disgusting. It's one of the most ghoulish things. You want to make money out of locking people in cages? You're a fucking evil cunt.
Absolutely, yeah. Real kind of awful people. But yeah, like drug decriminalization is a thing we could do. We could it's like again, just like non-violent offenders. What the fuck are they doing in prison?
Yeah, exactly. Oh, you didn't pay your council tax. Why are you in prison then?
Yeah, it's very silly.
That's really, that person's a danger to society. Really.
With reoffending, the rates of reoffending are sky high. They represent a failure of the prison system to rehabilitate offenders. That's bad for those people coming out of prison, but it's actually bad for wider society as well, because actually those people come out, they commit more crime, and they're straight back in again. So we do need to get to grips with reoffending. We would focus on having employment councils, working with prison and governors to have an employment council in every prison, working with local employers, making sure that the training that's on offer in our prisons reflects the jobs that are available in the local job market. That is a strategy not just for getting those offenders into work, but for cutting crime in the long term.
Now,
as well.
one of your sort of eye-catching policies that the party's put out this morning is about dealing with mopeds, those fast bikes that whiz around some communities, raising merry hell. We can have a look at some of them now. We can see there are some lads going very quickly around on quad bikes. It's the kind of thing that sometimes people feel terrified of. Now, you're suggesting that you would crush those bikes seized by the police. So we've had a look at this, and actually some police forces already do it. So what's the difference in this?
Well, actually, we've been working with police forces who've been asking for this broader power. So at the moment, police forces can seize those bikes, but they have to hold on to them for 14 days. They usually impound them, and in fact, they get all.
It's 14 days. Who gives a fuck? Okay, let them sit there for 2 weeks. Look, that's your big policy. We're just going to not keep them for 14 days. Wow, well, you're really going to revolutionise the issue then.
Well, it's like the big policy of, what was it? Cracking
Dream
down
small, everybody, dream small.
Cracking down on the American sweet shops and supervised toothbrushing for kids. Yeah, real change being offered at this election, folks.
Honestly, it couldn't be more tinkering at the edges if it tried.
Yeah.
Day period, usually to the people that were causing the antisocial behaviour in the first place. So many police forces across the country have been complaining about this for a long time. This power that we would introduce would bring down that 14 days to 48.
Have they been complaining about the racism and domestic abuse rates amongst their own police forces, or mainly the 14 days they have to wait to crush a bike?
Hours, at which point the police can destroy that vehicle.
Okay, so more or less straight away, if somebody gets nabbed on an illegal bike, they just have it crushed then there.
Within 48 hours, you can expect that bike to be crushed.
Okay, we were just talking to Matt.
I'm definitely voting Labour now, chat. Definitely, you've got you nailed on as a voter. I was pretty uninterested before when we were talking about all of the fiscal austerity and all of the maintaining conservative spending plans and all that kind of malarkey. I was pretty off the train. Now you've told me that bikes are going to get crushed efficiently. I'm all on board. That swung me round.
They're going to save 12 whole days. That's a dozen days they're going to save between the taking and crushing of bikes. That honestly,
tough on bikes, tough on the causes of bikes.
Britain, a brighter future awaits us in the glorious sunlit uplands of a Labour government.
Get
I can't
Britain
wait.
crushing again.
Woo!
About the party, the manifesto process, and he was very clear that the unions are not going to give you a free pass. And some of the unions, Unite Union, didn't sign off the manifesto this time. Last week, there was a huge issue on the Labour left about how Diane Abbott had been treated. Just on a broad principle, if you are lucky enough to win and you win well, will it have been worth alienating some of your traditional supporters?
Well, firstly,
that's what they think.
Yes, because they're Trotskyist scum.
Well, at the end of the day, they fully believe that they shouldn't and ever need to care about what we do or don't do. They literally want us gone. They don't want to interact with us. They don't want our support. They would rather be voted for somebody else. Fine, fuck it. Absolutely happy to never be associated with pricks like this ever again. For as long as I live, never ever want to be associated.
Never
with them.
do. our trade union movement the disrespect of assuming that they would give any government, including a Labour government, any kind of easy ride or a blank cheque. Look, we will be putting forward, and you will see on Thursday when our manifesto is launched, a positive programme for change in our country. We've had chaos under the Tories for 14 years. If they're elected again, we'll have 5 more years of chaos. We can turn the page and start to rebuild our country.
That's true. They're not just crushing bikes, they're crushing people's hopes too. Very much so.
Exactly. Like, you remember, no hope is better than false hope. Quotes delivered directly from West Streeting, chat.
I know, exactly. And you just think, okay, well, how about doing actual hope then? Why is it going to be a false hope? You give us actual fucking hope, you prick.
Yeah.
Ugh.
With a clear plan, which is what the Labour Party is putting forward. And I know that everybody...
West Streeting is going to be Prime Minister one day, isn't he?
Oh, 100%. I fully believe, right? You know, remember how Keir Starmer was like an empty suit who got groomed to be Prime Minister by Labour together? Obviously, I've regaled the story many times to chatters on both of our ends. They know full well just how much Keir Starmer has been their plant on the inside for 7 years at this point. But that doesn't mean he doesn't care. He's just being driven by somebody else. The tail is wagging the dog, so to speak. And once he becomes useless to them, i.e. once they've won the election, you better believe he's going to be out and, you know, some other fucker from Labour together is going to replace him, like West Streeting or whatever.
Yeah.
Someone that they know, people and Labour members wouldn't have voted for it, that they wouldn't have believed the lies coming from the leadership election. They had to find somebody outside the right-wing clique who was also happy to serve in the Corbyn government to make it look like he had legitimacy in the eyes of the left wing within the party when making those promises that he was never going to keep. Again, watch the Owen Jones interview with Curtis Daly. He talks so much like inside stuff about what happened during the leadership election. Really, really worth your time, guys. Really, really recommend it.
Wants to see a Labour government and can get behind that plan.
That sounded like it might almost have been page 1 of a manifesto. It sounded pretty scripted, but campaigning. We are in a campaign.
We're in a campaign, Laura.
It's always good to have you here with us in the studio.
Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed for your time. Well, you know, the election is not just about the tussle between Shabana Mahmood's party and the Conservatives. There is a whole array of different races. In Scotland, the SNP is fighting to hold on to many of its massive 43 seats that it won in Scotland last time. It's had a very tough time and a drop in their support since Nicola Sturgeon quit. Stephen Flynn is the party's leader in the Commons, and he's with us from Aberdeen. Beautiful day there, Stephen Flynn. It's good to have you with us. It's interesting, during the campaign, you sounded like a bit of a different SNP. On Friday's big BBC debates, you didn't talk about independence at all. Have you given up?
Not at all, Laura. And, you know, I trust the nous of the Scottish people to know that the Scottish National Party fully believe in an independent Scotland, and I'm sure all of your viewers already know that. Of course, we are in a general election.
So they get criticised if they bring up independence, and then they get criticised if they don't bring up independence. Okay. Well, it's almost like you're setting something up there.
Campaign, and that means we need to focus upon the biggest issues at Westminster, and that's austerity. £18 billion of public sector cuts coming down the line, what the IFS regard as a conspiracy of silence, the consequence of Brexit, and of course the ongoing cost of living crisis which people are facing. We're willing to deal with these issues head on. We're willing to challenge an incoming Labour government on their conspiracy of silence with the Tories on these big issues, and hopefully following...
the other guy's the leader of the Scottish Parliament, is John Swinney, whereas this guy, Stephen Flynn, is the leader of the Scottish National Party at Westminster.
Yeah, exactly. Because, of course, the leader of the party is going to be the one that is most relevant to them. And as they are a party who wants to be out of Westminster, they believe Holyrood is the parliament that represents them as the national party that wants to be gone. So that's why that their actual leader is the one that they have in their devolved parliament. And their Westminster leader is specific to their interaction with the government, which essentially is just, you know, attacking them on the fact that they want to give them independence.
Yeah, can we leave, please? We'd like not to be here, if that's okay.
Exactly.
The general election, we'll be able to put some guts into the House of Commons to deal with these issues in order to improve the outcomes for people in Scotland.
But I don't remember ever seeing an SNP campaign like it, where basically anybody hardly ever mentioned the I word. And your party's policy was to treat this general election as a de facto referendum on independence. So isn't it a bit strange that you're not talking about it proactively, or does it actually tell us that you know it's on the back burner for many millions of voters and that's why you don't want to highlight it?
Well, of course, that was never an adopted party political position. Our position is very clear. The page 1, line 1 of our manifesto will say a vote for the SNP is a vote for an independent nation. That's what the SNP stand for. That is what we believe in. And of course, if we win the election, it'll be for the UK Parliament. It'll be for Keir Starmer, in all likelihood, the next Prime Minister, to then determine whether he will adhere to the democratic wishes of the people of Scotland, or whether he'll simply follow the well-trodden path of Theresa May, of Boris Johnson, of Liz Truss and of Rishi Sunak by denying the democratic will of the people of Scotland. That's very much a question for the Labour Party. I'm fully focused on making sure that we win this election in Scotland, that we put independence in the forefront of people's minds, but we also focus heavily on the cost of living crisis, on the damage being caused by austerity, on the damage being caused by Brexit, and our positive vision to deal with that, to rejoin the European single market, to grow the economy by delivering net zero, to make sure that we have investment in our NHS and we tackle the cost of living crisis by providing people with financial support. That's in stark contrast to what's on offer from the main Westminster establishment parties. The SNP will never cozy up to the establishment in Westminster because we believe in Scotland's future.
But you have been, though, shifting your tone in various different areas. As your polling numbers have been very challenging for you, you have shifted position on various things. You're talking at us from your sunny, beautiful Aberdeen constituency where North Sea oil and gas supports thousands and thousands of jobs. Now, Nicola Sturgeon used to say she was very sceptical about new licences being granted for more development. But the new First Minister, John Swinney, doesn't take quite that stance. And Kate Forbes, his deputy, has said that new developments could quite possibly go ahead. So you have changed your tune.
Well, what we believe in, Laura, is a just and sustainable transition that protects the future employment of the tens of thousands of people who live behind me. Now, the reality is at this election, there are 3 options on the table. That just and sustainable transition that protects workers and creates the new net zero jobs of tomorrow. There's the Labour Party position, which of course would scrap 100,000 jobs and wouldn't invest in that net zero future because they've rolled back on their £28 billion net zero commitment. And then, of course, there's the Conservative Party position, which is to act like oil and gas will last forever when it won't. They're almost becoming climate deniers like Nigel Farage. So
it is frustrating that somebody who has such a strong platform outside of this has to get cowed by certain swing demographics. They feel like, again, like literally,
Well, to be fair, it's Scotland's big trump card. The only way it could survive realistically, because we've obviously the neoliberal experiment has shut down the fucking shipyards and gotten rid of coal mining and all the rest of it. So the only thing it has realistically to prop up the economy there would be oil. So they kind of have to essentially, kowtow to it in a way.
Because again, if they were running on a platform that said, you know what, we don't believe in this windfall tax on the oil and gas reserves in the North Sea that we own, because it would cost jobs. What we would actually do is we would nationalise it if we were independent.
Oh, that'd be fucking
nationalise it immediately, so we don't need a windfall tax at all, because all of those profits would be going to us into our treasury for us to be able to spend on retraining and on the green transition, protecting jobs and creating revenue for our treasury. But they don't do that. They just talk about how it's going to cost jobs for the private sector to get charged some money for the shit that they've done, which is a really shitty position.
Yep. No, I agree. It would be fucking dope. Yeah. Yeah, Scotland could use wind power to power Bitcoin mines. True.
I mean, they're very windy and they've got lots of hills. Like, they should be clamouring for green investment to come to Scotland to build wind farms all over the empty fucking moors, like the mountain ranges.
But you heard the NIMBY. They're going to build over 900% of Scotland with wind farms.
Oh my god, I remember that moment. That was crazy.
Fucking mental.
The option for people in Scotland is very clear.
You criticise Labour's plans for a windfall tax and their overall tax rate on oil and gas profits to 78%. And you say, and you've just repeated it there, that could cost 100,000 jobs. But the SNP has backed a windfall tax of 75%. So why is a 78% windfall tax a complete disaster and a 75% tax rate something that you support?
That's fair. It's a fair question.
So there's two answers to that. Firstly, the additional revenue which the Labour Party are seeking to take in will not go into household bills. What it's going to do is flow from Scotland straight into nuclear power projects in England, which is of no benefit to people in Scotland. But secondly...
Well, that's generally true. England's neoliberal bullshit has been propped up by Scottish oil this entire time. And if they leave, honestly, we owe them a lot of fucking money. Realistically, we're not going to pay them, of course. The London government are never going to give them a penny, but really we owe them fucking billions.
And these aren't my figures, 100,000 jobs. These are independent investment experts. It's what Unite the Union refer to as putting people on the scrap heap. That is what Labour's future offers, is 100,000 job cuts. And I will stand against that because that's not...
It is tilting to me that the reason why Unite didn't endorse the manifesto was over issues to do with the windfall tax, not, you know, all the fucking child poverty that they were promising, which is quite funny to me. But it's true. I mean, it is literally true that if you could theoretically live these people on the scrap heap if you didn't properly have like a phased transition with all this new training and the way you could transfer people across industries.
If only we had an example of literally dozens and dozens of towns and villages throughout England and Wales and Scotland that had a very similar problem with another kind of fossil fuel, like coal, for instance. The mine was the massive employer in the town, and the fact that they didn't have a phased transition or actually put any money into retraining or reskilling people and just left them to rot for decades and decades. If only we had loads of those examples everywhere, you'd think Westminster would take notice of that and do something like that. But
there is literally a way of doing a just transition where you protect this stuff. But, you know, it's clear that Unite have decided that there isn't enough provision for that in the manifesto. But the manifesto is so fucking empty. It's it's 35 pages. It's nothing. It's a real kind of empty document. So you know, they may well do, they may not. Who the fuck knows? Because they don't seem to know, because they don't have any plans. They're just going to give people the fucking Labour Party mystery box.
Yeah, but the people giving you the mystery box shouldn't know what it's a mystery as well. Like, they should know what's in the box, surely.
Exactly. That's how stupid this all is.
The interests of Scotland's economy. We need to make sure that we have a just transition which allows us to meet our climate targets. Now, just over my shoulder is a wind farm which Donald Trump, the famous climate activist, opposed. That powers the...
The famous climate activist. That's a solid line. I like that.
Yeah.
That provides enough energy to power all the homes in Scotland. Just out the back of this building I'm in is the largest floating offshore wind farm in the world. Scotland's future when it comes to renewables is huge, but we need to grasp it. The only way to grasp it is to invest. The Labour Party don't want to invest in that future. They walked away from £28 billion. The SNP want to invest in that future, and that is the difference of this election.
Stephen Flynn, thank you so much indeed.
Yeah, no, that's he did well again. He's actually a relatively impressive politician. Yeah.
He certainly performed the best at the debate. The 7-way debate. I thought he was a real...
joining us
I don't know, he'd had no bad moments throughout the entire debate, whereas I thought Carla did well too, but you could point to a couple of moments where she stumbled or where she kind of got outplayed or where her rhetoric didn't quite match up with public opinion, so it might turn people off. Stephen Flynn, wall-to-wall bangers, rhetorically, in terms of his poise, in terms of his response to other parties, in his positioning against other parties, he absolutely knocked out of the park. That is like a big...
Well, he's got a kind of ballsiness to him where he doesn't take the shit of the people around him. Nigel Farage can come up with some shit and he's just going to carry on and go, oh, fuck you, Nigel, and just carry on and do his bit. And that, I think people respond well to that. It's not arrogant, it's confident, which is rare in a...
Exactly. There's a difference between, there's difference between strong in a debate and being belligerent. Like, it's the difference between Stephen Flynn and like Rishi Sunak from the debate he had with Keir Starmer, where he looked like a petulant child rather than somebody being honest with their interlocutor. So I guess
talk over the people.
That's the big difference between the two, and why I think Rishi Sunak comes off as such a massive wanker, and why people like Stephen Flynn come across as being more kind of the kind of man of the people, really, I guess.
Well, because he is human, whereas Rishi Sunak is a weird lizard alien boy.
Yeah. Yeah,
a tiny human suit.
That's the thing about Stephen Flynn, is that so much he manages to do all of this while still coming across as somebody who's like a genuine person. He doesn't come across as somebody who's gone to politician school either. It's really refreshing to see a strong politician who hasn't gone through like the finishing school for the political class again, because he's Scottish, of course. He's not gone to Eton, has he?
No. Well, you do have Scottish people like fucking Gove. They exist.
True.
From Aberdeen, looking glorious this morning, and there is a list of all the other candidates standing in Aberdeen South, his constituency, and just a reminder that do have a look on the website to see who the candidates putting themselves forward in your part of the world are. Right, let's see what our panel made of those two interviews. Amber, you were Home Secretary for a long.
Do I give a fuck about this now at 1 a.m?
I mean, I've got a segment I'm going to do as well, so I need to stick with that for another bit, because I've just not put out any content, because I was off on Saturday, because I was my day off after doing the debate on Navarro on Friday, and because I started so fucking late tonight. I've not put a segment out today, so that's 2 days without any segments or anything like that. So I need to do a segment. So if you want to pop off, that's not a problem. I don't really care about watching the rest of whatever these people have to say about what we saw.
Yeah, exactly. I don't give a shit. I just don't fucking care.
No worries, but I do need to do a segment like at 1:20 in the morning, so I'm sure that there's still a good amount of people watching. I think across YouTube, I've still got 209 viewers across both platforms, which is crazy.
Nice
at this time in the morning. So thank you for sticking around with us, fellow night owls, I guess.
Indeed, yeah, degenerates is what I would say, but yes. Okay, I'll fuck off and leave you be. Everyone go and follow No Justice MTG.
And everyone on my end, go and follow Kevin Logan as well. KF Logan 1875 over on Twitch, at Ploppy111 on YouTube. Remember, YouTube subs as well as Twitch follows. Make sure you follow on both platforms so that you always get access to Kevin's content.
Indeed. I'll speak to you later.
Take care. Bye.
Bye.
Right, let me get my for fuck's sake. Sorry, I'm just gonna reorder my scene here after being in the Google meeting. Thank you, Lucas Lupine. Appreciate your words. Yeah, I had to charge my camera. My phone started charging, so I can actually put the camera on for the last segment as well. Was sitting there waiting for it to charge for age. Some reason just stood there with nothing happening. Does this actually go to the right timestamp?
Yeah, I mean, there is a degree of humour to it, I suppose.
Oh, where's the timestamp for this bit? So it's about 40. The time section starts 4 minutes and starts 50 minutes. Is that the one? Let me have a look. Sorry. But 50 minutes, yeah. So this is Zach Polanski and a think tank wanker squaring off on cross question. So if there's one group of people in politics I absolutely despise, it's people from think tanks, because they have undue political power, which is basically only given to them by the fact that they are essentially lackeys for political parties who want to find specific results and will get the think tanks to produce papers that bring those results to them, regardless of the methodology, regardless of whether or not this is actually a fair reflection of reality. They are essentially just political tools for political parties with highly paid people with very, very dodgy donors who we don't know, especially for example, the Institute of Economic Affairs, which is one of the lowest ratings of funding transparency. Emily Carver, who is now a presenter on GB News. I wonder how she had those connections after being somebody who was a media intermediary for the Institute of Economic Affairs. Their media commentator for the Institute of Economic Affairs. Somehow managed to get herself on GB News. Crazy how they have those connections. She literally, on LBC, said before, we don't reveal who our donors are because otherwise they'll get attacked. Yeah, for being politically partisan people who want to try and manufacture consent for politics that helps rich people. Do you think rich people who are good at making money, who are explicitly rich because they're good at taking money away from people, are just giving money to educational charities for the good of humanity? Or do you think they're going to get return on investment for that donation? Yeah, that's how capitalism works, friend. The IEA know it just as well. Anyway, Annabelle Denham is a member of the IEA, and she squared up against Green Party Deputy Leader Zach Polanski on LBC earlier on this week. Let's take a watch.
Of this country in every way.
Could I just add, we could stop the votes by opening safe legal routes. That would stop the votes.
Why are politicians turning more hostile, in their rhetoric at least, towards immigration? Well, it's because for a long time there has been a chasm between what the political class think and what the majority of the British public think. And we know this because of the Brexit vote. 17 million people, many of them driven by concerns about immigration. We know this because people have voted for successive Conservative governments, all of which have promised to bring down the net migration.
It's interesting that she chooses two metrics for this. The first of which is people voting for Brexit, which of course was only a certain percentage of the people. And from there, you don't even know which of them voted for Brexit for macroeconomic reasons or for immigration reasons. And of course, Conservative governments were elected on non-majority vote percentages. So you can't even say that that was necessarily like a public veneration of anti-immigration politics. You could point, for example, to a poll that says very simply, out of those surveyed, do people want an increase or a decrease in immigration? And depending on how you word that policy, you get different answers. Sure, British public broadly want there to be less immigration, but that's something that's less of an issue nowadays. And of course, when you look at how these things work, media reporting on the problem of immigration can change public opinion. The tail is wagging the dog, so to speak. Most people actually more care about the NHS and with regards to the cost of living, and polling up in the lead up to the election shows this, as immigration is like fourth or third, depending on which metric that you use, in terms of people's concerns coming up to this election, rather than, basic economic material conditions.
Figure, Theresa May, of course, promising to bring it down to the tens of thousands. And people, I imagine, feel very disappointed and betrayed by Conservative governments for failing to deliver that. That's not to say that the British public doesn't value immigration. That's not to say that they don't understand that some immigrants are,
1 second, chat. For some reason, my phone's alarm was going off there. I don't know why.
That's beneficial to this country. When I worked at a think tank called the Entrepreneurs Network a few years ago, we put out a study that found that nearly half of the founders of the fastest growing businesses in this country were foreign born. They make a very important economic contribution. That what has become clear in just the last few years.
It's interesting that her yardstick for economic contribution is they are entrepreneurs who start businesses and not indeed normal working people who work, which is true. Like, that's the biggest contribution that you get, especially, as I've said before, we have a declining working age population and a glut of boomers about to retire. They will need a big working base to support them because they're one of the largest demographic cohorts in this country, and the birth rate is below replacement, so the working age population is dropping every year, not going up, and so we all need to get taxed more to pay for their gilded pensions. Not very good pensions internationally, but gilded historically in terms of the state pension in the UK specifically. And if we don't have a productive capacity to be able to support that, we can't afford it. People will have to retire later. The pension will have to be reduced, or we'll have to cut from other government departments or other things of the welfare budget. Like, if we don't tax the rich further, as well as, of course, having a higher working age population, we are not going to be able to afford pensioners. This is an existential problem, the demographic aging of our society. And immigration is the way that we sort this, by having normal working people contributing to our country, not fucking entrepreneurs. If the metric for them being, oh, well, you are somebody who owns a business and therefore everybody else can get fucked, then no. Actually, the real important thing about immigration is that normal immigrants work and contribute to the wealth of our civilization far more than the average entrepreneur does, extracting other people's surplus value of their labour.
is that we do have extremely high numbers. People are worried about how sustainable that is, the impact that it's going to have on public services, on infrastructure. We have a housing crisis in this country at the moment. I think people are worried that we are importing foreign workers when we have 9.25 million economically inactive people of working age in Britain today. Why can't we fill some of the...
Because people like you wanted the government to take money out of the NHS. If you go to the IEA's website, they literally have an article called How to Abolish the NHS. That's your fault, Annabelle. Your think tank advised the government that the NHS shouldn't be a thing that we should be cherishing in this country, to the point at which they screwed it over through cuts throughout the George Osborne era that's now led to increased waiting lists, which means people are too sick to work. It's as simple as that. They're economically inactive, not because they're lazy. Unemployment is really low in this country. It's people who are not economically active out of zero choice of their own that's the problem, and people like you with your denigration of free healthcare are the ones who are to blame. That's your problem. And even outside of that, we probably still would have labour shortages in this country because we have a productive capacity shortage in this country, again, because of the demographic ageing problem that I mentioned before.
Those jobs.
Because a lot of them are sick
UK
and on the NHS waiting list, which
well,
is
of course,
7
no, I
million
agree. I think that's all.
And if you use the NHS, the person serving you is more likely to be an immigrant than the person in front of you of the queue.
So, NHS aside, and I agree with you, I think we've got to fix the healthcare system. We've talked about that in order that we can get people back to work. But I think the other important point is that people are concerned about integration. Look at some of the behaviour that we have seen on the streets of Britain since October.
Well, of course, yeah, Andrew, you know, I'm self-employed as well. You know, I mean, I wouldn't say I'm an entrepreneur or whatever, but like being self-employed, being a sole trader, is just you owning your own means of production. It's not like, for example, being a business owner who employs people who then do the work for you. Like, these are two different things. And, you know, there are plenty of people who own their own business who muck in and do the work as well and take a wage and put the profits back into the business. Like, that's fine. Like, you know, that's not a problem. I have zero problem with that, as long as you're not sitting around collecting other people's works worth of money because you're an investor or you're a shareholder. Like, that's another problem as well. You know, there are plenty of people who do that. But, you know, people who just create a business, work for it, take a wage and then put the profits back in, like, you're not extracting people's surplus value. I think you should have more input from your workers and create a cooperative business. But, like, that's something for the future, not right now.
October 7th at those...
What's going... Why are my alarms are set for 8 in the fucking morning. Apparently the time on my phone is fucked over, so I'm not sure what's going on here.
And look at some of the behaviour that we have seen on the streets of Britain since October 7th at those pro-Palestinian marches. I think it's understandable.
Literally, they've been entirely peaceful. Like, there's a couple of ne'er-do-wells, let's call them. But that's been like a tiny, tiny minority, and much better than, say, you know, the pro-Israel protests, full of far-right thugs, a lot of them.
I'm just going to finish my point.
But there is a massacre going on in Palestine.
Zach, no one has interrupted you at all in this programme. But you constantly interrupt others, so can you just be...
Yeah, because she's talking shit. You can't let people gish gallop like this with complete nonsense that's completely fabricated. You have to cut them off. You have to get them out to say, no, let's tackle this point here that you explicitly lied about.
Dave.
As I say, people are concerned about integration. They're concerned that when you have net migration well into the 600,000s, that doesn't give us every year, that doesn't give us enough time to properly help people assimilate into British life and British culture. They're worried that we are importing people who don't subscribe to Western liberal values, as we all do. And I think many...
Them being worried is not the same as evidence. Again, the evidence shows you that people do assimilate, especially once they get into, you know, second-generation immigration, for example. And whilst I think that we should always take care to assimilate people, actually, broadly in the UK, we do a really good job at assimilating immigrants into our own personal culture. But of course, you know, this idea that Western liberal values are somehow specific to our country, that's just complete nonsense, right? As if liberal values are somehow explicitly a Western thing. With the Western chauvinism coming out of these people. And again, it drips off of the right wing in this country every day.
People in Britain are worried that they can't even stick their heads above the parapet and say these things for fear that they'll be accused of being racist, for fear that they'll be accused of being bigots. It simply isn't racist.
Bigotry and it's racism.
The that there are concerns that people are not integrating into British culture and British life as well as they could be, even though, of course, immigration has enriched us. Of course, it has in many ways improved our society.
You just don't like them walking on the street
proud.
if they've got black or brown skin.
Oh, for goodness sake, that is beneath
If you're saying that you're walking in a march, those
honestly,
marches have been peaceful, do you accept those marches have been peaceful?
Well, no, because people have been arrested at those marches, so they clearly haven't been
The people
peaceful.
being arrested.
Millions of people turned up. And the people who were arrested for holding fucking signs. And one of them was calling Rishi Sunak a coconut. Jesus Christ. I thought that sign was probably a little bit beyond the pale, right? Do I think people should be arrested for that sign? That is absolute nonsense. That's complete nonsense. What the hell? I did not watch. This is something I have not pre-watched. I did not realise she was going to try and say this. That's crazy. And the fact that Ian Dale has got mad at Zach for saying that too, when she's dog whistling super hard. Or they've seen the marches where people say, free Palestine and from the river to the sea. Legitimate calls for the end of the occupation and for a single secular democratic state rather than an ethno-state that we fund with weapons that we sell to them. Like, these are two absolutely reasonable positions for people to hold. Suddenly it's hate marches. Like, again, sure, there'll be a couple of people who don't do the right thing, but that is not a representation of what's happening on the marches, which you're trying to make it by Annabel Denham framing these marches very specifically under the fact that some people have done some bad things, like a tiny, minuscule minority, as being the reason why people are scared of the marches and why people aren't integrating is just complete nonsense. Complete nonsense. I could say, for example, well, the Conservatives are the party of tractor porn. Because one of their MPs got caught talking about how he was trying to find tractors but found porn in the House of Commons, right? I could call them the porn watchers in the Commons party, but it'd be stupid of me to say so, because it's literally only one of them. There are plenty of other reprobates in the party who've done stupid things too. But if I was going to specify one thing that a tiny minority of them exhibited, a far bigger minority of the Conservative Party have watched porn in the House of Commons than have been arrested on a pro-Palestine march as a percentage of the overall marches there. Like, that's a bigger percentage. Yet, to call the Conservative Party the party of watching porn in the Commons would be a really stupid comment, wouldn't it?
There have been people who have gone to incite violence and hate.
That simply isn't true. There are also people who are pro-Palestinian marches. We had a Jewish person trying to cross the street who was told by a police officer that he couldn't because it might not be safe for him to do so.
No. He wasn't stopped from crossing the street because he thought there would be an altercation. Because this guy was clearly there specifically to rile people up. He could have chosen anywhere to walk, anywhere to go, right? They even offered him a police escort to go somewhere else, and he wouldn't do it because that was a guy who was deliberately trying to provoke people so he could get a reaction to be able to film with the film crew he just happened to have with him so he could use it to denigrate the pro-Palestine protesters. This is why the police were getting involved. I hate to defend the mess on anything, but to try and claim that this was evidence of the pro-Palestine march being terrible, this is complete nonsense. Gideon Falter was explicitly an agent provocateur. Clearly an agent provocateur for anybody, right? Of course, this is just my opinion, right? I can't tell what's going on in Gideon Falter's head. This is my intuition from what I've seen there. But I think that anybody who has a different intuition was watching a completely different clip.
Evidence showed he'd repeatedly tried to stir up trouble and the police had asked him to move away and he kept coming back.
That would strongly indicate that the police are concerned that there is a threat to people's safety from a minority, of course, a small minority of people who are protesting on the streets of London. And the majority, of course, are doing so peacefully. I don't think anybody's denying that.
More people will be arrested at Glastonbury.
Doesn't mean that people up and down Britain aren't watching the scenes and feeling worried that multicultural...
Oh, whose fault is it for generating the narrative that this was something they couldn't coexist with? Or could it be the Western chauvinist Zionists who are the ones who happen to disseminate information because the people who believe in this ideology are members of our press, or members of the think tanks, or members of our political class who support Western chauvinist political policy, who support a Western chauvinist view of the world, who want to tell you you cannot coexist with brown people who believe that the occupation of the Palestinians in a settler colonial entity, an ethno-state no less, is a bad thing. That is a problem of our political class. It's a problem of our journalists. It's a problem of the think tank wankers like you who are trying to make people think that that's the case, when it clearly is not the case. It clearly hasn't been the case, because you admit that the marches have broadly been peaceful. It's the narrative that's the problem, and it's a narrative, a racist narrative no less, that people like you help stir up to try and denigrate those who stand against things like Zionism. It's as simple as that.
Socialism has failed in this country in some way.
People are worried, but that doesn't mean that those marches aren't
peaceful. But it also
They're
doesn't mean
things.
that you should accuse a fellow member of this panel of being racist, which is what you just did.
I think when something...
I mean, they said racist things, I'll call them fucking racist, mate. Tough shit.
Racist,
do you want
it's
to
important
withdraw
to call
it?
out.
Do you
No,
want to
I think
withdraw
if someone says something racist, then it should be called out. Now, I realise that's difficult and it feels uncomfortable to say that. I don't know you. But I think when people step over a line, then it's important we call that out.
I think when you listen back to this, you'll think that you've stepped over a line,
Okay.
and I think you have. Let's finish on...
So that was a bit of a hot moment between the two of them. So I think Zach Polanski had reasonable criticisms. I think actually racism is... whether you want to call it racism or not, it's definitely Western chauvinism. This idea that you cannot coexist with people who support the Palestinians, and the narrativizing of the kind of people who are of a different colour, who support the Palestinians, are somehow incompatible with a pro-Western indigenous population of the United Kingdom. When, of course, the plurality, a supermajority even, of people in this country believe that Israel has gone too far, that it's committed war crimes, that we support the Palestinians in majority in this country. When polled multiple times, there should have been a ceasefire. But it's clear the British public is on the side of the Palestinians. It historically very much was. October the 7th sent the numbers into a different direction, and then every single scene that we've seen out of Gaza up to now has shifted public opinion back towards the Palestinians again. The idea that white Westerners cannot coexist with people who want to support Palestine is patently untrue from everything that we've seen from current polling and current political consensus amongst people of this country. If there's anything that shows a rift between the politicians and the political class and the people on the ground, is that we are pro-Palestine and those people are pro-Israel. Could it be the fact that so many of these people are part of political groupings of those who are pro-Israel, like Conservative and Labour Friends of Israel? I couldn't possibly comment. Either way, that was a bit of a kerfuffle that we saw on Cross Question between Zach Polanski and Annabel Denham there from the Institute of Economic Affairs. You'd have thought she would have just kind of ignored it and let it go or whatever, but no. Look at this, chat. She's written a whole ass article. She got so mad that Zach Polanski called out her dog whistles on LBC. So mad that she wrote a whole ass article in the far right Spectator. You know, the Spectator, right? The definitely not racist Spectator that posted such articles as In Praise of the Wehrmacht. That's a real article from the Spectator. You can Google it yourself to try and tell you how the Green Party is terrifying after being called racist. Well, this article is very amusing to me. Let's have a look at the kind of things that they think make the Green Party terrifying. So they talk about a couple of things which were just kind of blown up in the media, which I think are not worth covering here. You can read the article for yourself. I will link it down in the description. But the things that they will qualify as madness in this article are incredible to me. The madness doesn't stop there. The Greens want free school meals for primary and secondary school pupils. Feeding children, how dare they? How mad, how crazy to feed secondary school pupils as well as primary school pupils. For only £2.5 billion per year, which is really kind of chicken feed when it comes to the national budget. They're promising free childcare as well, which is important because we need to up the birth rate. How will they square freebies for higher income parents where they're insisting that rich must pay their fair share? And like, the whole point about universal benefits is it's actually better for the taxpayer because it costs less to administer because you don't have to do all of the means testing. You don't have to pay for the means testing. And on top of that, rich people pay taxes. They are
Shut up, Wesley.
They are entitled to receive returns on that tax payment as well, just not as much maybe as those who are on lower earnings who require the redistribution. They also can beneficiaries of that. That's fine for them to be beneficiaries of this. The means testing is a real kind of right-wing thing, especially since when it comes to free school meals, it creates a divide between the haves and the have-nots, which can lead to bullying, which can lead to ostracization between those who come from rich and come from poor families. It's why getting rid of the means test is good. But of course, right-wingers try to paint it as lefties giving handouts to rich people because, of course, they hate handouts to rich people when it comes as part of universal benefits. But when it comes in the form of subsidies, for example, they are completely silent. Rent controls, a policy that apparently has failed everywhere, but hasn't failed everywhere. There have been plenty of places rent controls have succeeded. It's interesting that they choose places with kind of things like constrained supply and lack of public investment in new housing, for example, in Sweden. When, of course, there are plenty of places that have rent control which do absolutely fine with this policy. The UK did fine with rent control for very many years. Weird when we were building loads of council housing, then we sold off all the council housing, stopped building it, and suddenly we get rid of the rent controls. So weird how the state stopping building housing causes all these problems. I wonder why they liked all the housing being sold off. The Greens want a wealth tax, which apparently has been rolled back in a bunch of countries, but a load of countries still have, including Argentina, for example. There are plenty of wealth of countries that do need that. There are plenty of countries that have wealth taxes and receive plenty of benefits from wealth taxes, and even Blairites have been calling for wealth taxes. Even Michael Gove called for a wealth tax. So the idea that a wealth tax is only the reserve of the loony lefties is completely to be debunked. It's completely for the birds. Apparently also what's bad about the Greens, the madness, remember, of the Greens, the madness doesn't stop there. The madness of the Greens is wanting more money for the NHS and also want to get rid of privatisation from the NHS. Apparently this is all mad stuff they want to do by funding the NHS. It would be easy to struggle this off. After all, the Greens only hold around 800 of 17,000 council seats in England, and Lucas is a sole MP. But astonishing, they are polling higher than among the under 50s than both the Tories and Reform. They deserve to be looked at more closely. I mean, yeah, I've looked at them closely, and I think their policies are really good. Perhaps at the macro level, there is some coherence with the Green agenda. If the goal is to retreat from prosperity by, funding green energy to be able to make our country more prosperous, or insulating homes so we pay less on energy bills. But of course, paying less for energy bills decreases GDP, and we can't have that. Then there are approach to decarbonisation where we ban, tax and curtail freedoms. Clobber enterprise. Oh no. Would somebody please think of the entrepreneurs? Block building, which to be fair, they shouldn't be doing. We should be building more, and that's a gripe I do have. So that's one thing I've agreed with in this article from Annabel Denham. It's probably an efficient way to achieve it, but they're playing at politics. When they have had responsibility, as on Brighton Council, it descends into disaster. Of course, they have positions on councils in plenty of other districts, and it was a no overall control where they're in a coalition agreement. And of course, when it comes to councils as well, lots of councils are subject to obscene budget cuts because of the failure of Conservative government to fund local authorities. That's a problem that you'll get with any council. They keep saying, well, the problem with Brighton is the Greens are in control, or the problem with Birmingham and Nottingham is the Labour in control. When of course, all of these are historic problems with lack of funding from central government. So I don't think you can really necessarily throw the blame at whoever's in control, unless it's Thurrock, of course, when they gambled and lost with their residents' money. But it's a story for another time. Parking fees imposed by the Green Party in Brighton cost the city more than £1 million over 3 years, as visitors were put off from going to the seaside resort. I mean, source? They squandered £46 million on a 53. They squandered £46 million on a 431 for eyesore tower, which has failed to generate the anticipated visitor revenue, while their rewilding experiment led to 2-foot weeds colonising Brighton and Hove streets. I'll have to see the numbers on those. The Scottish Greens transgender policy wrecked the SNP coalition. Apparently being pro-trans is bad now. I mean, we've already talked about the NIMBY stuff. Like, I agree with the criticism of blocking housing developments and opposing nuclear. So, I'll give Annabel Denham a couple of things in this article. The Greens might not be the most controversial presence in British politics, but they are without doubt the most terrifying. The terrifying idea of having things like taxes on the rich. No, the entrepreneurs. Won't somebody please think of the rich entrepreneurs? Everybody chat. Anyway, that's the whole ass article that she wrote because Zach Polanski called her racist on LBC, which is very funny to me. And Zach obviously talked about this on Twitter. I thought was very funny too. But it's clear that the right wing are worried. They're worried that the Green Party have a significant presence in politics. They're worried that all of their fucking free market, pro-rich nonsense is getting called out by a mainstream political party now, which is breaking into the mainstream now. And they're going to get madder and madder, and they're going to throw around all of these smears, like we're anti-prosperity, that we are blocking, but we're trying to ban people, and we're trying to bash entrepreneurism, and I'm like, yeah, you get fucking scared, mate. You release your dossiers of anti-Semitism, can give a fucking shit, mate. You know, the politics of hope, the politics of change, the politics of fairness for a brighter, greener future, they're on the up, mate. And the people like the Institute of Economic Affairs, you guys are getting fucked over. No one wants to listen to you anymore after you fucking destroyed our economy. And it's clear that they're fucking mad. They're big mad. And I look forward to being even madder when we win a second seat in Parliament. Yeah, this is exactly the same scam they tried to pull against Labour. They find somebody who supports a fairer country and they try and destroy them with fucking bullshit smears. Anyway, I have been going for 4 hours and I am very tired now. So I am going to raid out. Let's see where it's best for us to raid into. Got so much content to cover tomorrow as well. Someone just commented on my channel saying, love your channel, but can you change the intro? And I'm like, what's wrong with the intro? Weird criticism to have. Us, what, 5 seconds of your time? Well, what's the problem? And also, by the way, as I've been going for 4 hours, if people would feel, don't feel obliged to, but if you'd like to gift some memberships on YouTube or some subs on Twitch to make the 4 hours worth my while, that would obviously be appreciated. I'm not going to force you to, but if you can afford to, that would be great, as we had like 5 memberships and £2 worth of donations. Thank you very much, Captain Coconut, for the £2 super chat. I appreciate you for keeping the stream going, keeping me employed here on YouTube and Twitch. It's not a problem, Kev. As I said, never feel expected to contribute if you can't afford to, only if you can afford to and only if you want to. But of course, if you are somebody who was thinking about it but hasn't done so, I would appreciate it a lot, as this is a long stream that has yielded very little in terms of revenue, so... It's a great intro, no need to change it. Oh, again, differing opinions. And my brother wrote the theme, so I'd hate to you know, besmirch my brother's work, because I like it. If I didn't like it, I wouldn't have made the intro, so...
Fucking neoliberalism.
Hey, thank you for the 5 gifted, Davinia. I mean, of all the people to donate, you're already somebody who's on the breadline already, so don't feel like you should be obligated to donate, Davinia. But I always appreciate your continued
Fucking
contributions in chat,
neoliberalism.
and your support for the stream is very much appreciated. Thank you. Fucking neoliberalism. But of course, if you don't want to donate through Twitch and YouTube viewers, you can of course go into
Fucking neoliberalism.
my Patreon page, which is cheaper to subscribe to than Twitch, and also I get a bigger cut of it as well. So if you want to do that, that's also something appreciated too. But I appreciate the support for the stream today, chat.
Fucking
We've got some good content of it,
neoliberalism.
so I wonder if I'll probably try and post more of these as segments then, see if we get some AdSense revenue. But I can't monetize the stream though because Kev kept saying cunt, so which is quite amusing. You can afford the $5. Okay,
Fucking neoliberalism.
that's fair enough. No worries. Well, thank you again, Davinia. I really appreciate it. You're very generous. I very much appreciate it. Anyway, as always, I'm going to leave you right there. YouTube viewers, the only person who's live, I think, is Vorsh. So if you're not a Vorsh fan, I do apologise. I know it's a contentious figure, but there's nobody else for me to raid into. Twitch viewers, see who's live. Amy C3 is live over on Twitch, so I'll send you over into Amy because she's a good friend of the show.
Fucking neoliberalism.
Stream manager.
Fucking neoliberalism.
Hey, thank you for the gifted sub. Gifted membership, Andrea. That's really appreciated. Thank you very much for that. It's true, Kuma Eternal. All right. Thank you very much, everybody. Really appreciate you joining in today. Much love. Stay safe. And free Palestine, as we always do. Just get this raid set up.